Oh, man. Sore. Boy. All right, so plan for the day for the VOD. All right, so yeah, we got sidetracked trying to figure out why our monitor for the turbo stream was stalling or keeps stalling. We did some discovery. I restarted the server just because, but we got more work to do. We got to figure out what's going on. There's also a bunch of like styling issues in there that are kind of annoying. But I don't necessarily care that much about it. But if we are going to show this off, maybe via a blog post or something, we should probably fix it, right? But yeah, we still haven't like made the changes towards the timing and fixing the monitor. So that'll be our next step, and maybe that just fixes everything and we're good to go. I don't know for sure. For the MCP server, we finally got to kick off the building of the first slice of work after we did some of the pre-work that needed to be done for fixing our auth and making that a bit cleaner. But we neglected the SDK, right? So our C# SDK and simplifying some of the work that was done there, we could probably do better. So yeah, we need to make sure we are simplifying the SDK stuff well enough, the GitHub actions, basically. And, I mean, luckily, we didn't have any issues with GitHub actions when they were down the other day. I would assume they're probably better off now, but I don't know for sure. And what's up, Wing Zero? How you doing? And yeah, Hef, what you up to? I feel like it's been a little bit. I feel like maybe you mentioned you made a comment like last week or something. But then before that, it was a while at least. So yeah, what you been up to? All right, so let's switch the right scene.
Now, wouldn't you like to be?
All right, so you're building or you're using Claude to prototype a zero-knowledge shareable web app vault. It's been crunching for a while. What does that mean? That's a lot of buzzwords. Like, we don't quite have bingo from all those buzzwords, but we're like one letter off. All right, so it looks like we had a slight amount of downtime around midnight. But we've been stable beyond that pretty well. And yeah, we hit the same downtime that Graves.social hit, which is interesting. Grace.social is hitting way worse downtime, though. And interestingly... Oh, okay. This is transport versus delivery. So yeah, Grace.social's transport and delivery took a, like, shit the bed. Our delivery shit the bed. Yesterday at 11 p.m. Interesting. I think I'm curious what the difference between transport and delivery actually is. But we at least have better uptime than Graze.social. The baseline 1 and 2 of the jet stream is at 100% though. So, right, we're only missing 12 seconds of the same uptime they have, which led to us missing around 250 messages, which is pretty good. It's not ideal though. So we're still getting these disconnects that need work. Yeah, that's interesting. And thank you for the sub there, Jonah. And yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I like that Clippy emote. That one's good. Whose is that? Oh, that's mine. I forgot that's one that we do on the free tier. Or is that on the free tier? Or is that one that you get only from subbing? I can't remember. But yeah, we should be live on the Twitter and YouTube, and we're good. So yeah, let's like look into some stuff. I know that's one that you need to have a sub for, though, at least. And real quick, is it Jonah or is it like John A. Jones or something like that? Or Jonna Johns? Let me know how to pronounce your name better, and I will. I feel like I might have asked before, and I think I forgot. So sorry about that. But damn, you've been following since 2021. Hell yeah, dude. So it's like Jonna Jones? Was that right? Or is it Jonah Jones? I guess I should have given you time to reply with the first one. Whoops. I mean, Moshiko, that's not how you spell Jonah for Jonah Hill. So it would not be a reference. All right, take it easy. All right, take it easy. All right, how's everyone's Saturday, though? What y'all up to? Yeah, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of Pristino with his chill mate and then bouncing. Not a fan. But anyway. You worked on prep for your GCP exam? Sure. Make sense? Let's look at the work that the clanker did here. All right, so we modified the env.example, adding the variable that we're going to need, but there's a sensible default, so we don't necessarily need it. And Hef, you've been harness engineering in your spare time. From 9 to 4, you work on what the boss wants. Gotcha. Do you actually work a job where, like, you're expected to, like, 100% be there 9 to 4? Because if I was, I would never work on work stuff outside of work, and they would lose a huge bit of my productivity. Oh, and sorry, 1 second. I don't know why that one's getting held. So yeah, Wing Zero. It's basically a website that allows you to enter sensitive information like credentials into a vault that uses a derived master password to wrap RSA keys. Nothing that will get published, just exploring. Okay, so basically you're building like a HashiCorp vault or Doppler competitor. I'm not sure what the zero trust thing means in that context. That's where I was getting at, like the buzzword bingo comment. And in general, for most people, just say the thing that you're building as an analog to something that exists. You'll usually be better off. Right? If you had just said you're building your own version of HashiCorp Vault, or HashiCorp, I forget the name, whatever. Right? Like, boom. Super simple. All right, so yeah, as far as the changes that got done, you see some diagnostic stuff. And I'm going to do this. There we go. In physical, see, I would say in physical is probably less known than HashiCorp Vault or Doppler. What, John? What is with the vague questions today and vague comments? All right, hold on. Let's clear up some tabs that we don't need real quick. Oh, I think some of these were interesting reads, though. So yeah, we'll definitely read those for sure. Let's double check this. Yep. Yeah, no matter what, like people are going to need to start routing to certain models for certain tasks. It's going to be huge. Well, I mean, take it easy, Hef. Like, it's going to be a very important thing to do when subsidizing tokens is no longer a thing. Sure. Right? Like, dude, you are sitting here in this red dot saying everyone else is totally behind the curve. Or are you ahead of the curve? There's a big difference there. Can we check a site you made? No, definitely not with your first chat. That's pretty spammy. Right? Account created 6 hours ago? Fuck no. In fact, this is just a real easy ban. Goodbye. Y'all didn't see it, but Automod caught their comment asking us to, like, review some bullshit website they made. With their very first message. With an account 6 hours old. Yeah, no. No. Dude, spammers, man. They just don't fucking get it. All right, so hold on. This is actually a different graph than the one I was seeing. Where is the data coming from? I would consider most of this like an estimate. But yeah, hef. I would definitely like start recognizing that. And I've chatted with people about it. Like plenty of people are like, why would I optimize for a cheaper model or get stuff when I can just have Claude do it? And yeah, right? Those same people will be surprised all of a sudden when, their subscription is 10x the cost. Right? For the same usage. But it doesn't mean that saying something is going to be huge just because you've been doing it for 6 months doesn't mean it's still on the path to becoming huge because you are one person. Your knowledge of a thing does not mean something is already huge. I think there's definitely a problem in shaming people for not, not being at the cutting edge. There is definitely some shame to be given for people who haven't even tried this stuff yet, or for people that are procrastinating on trying it. like I roasted someone for yesterday. They've been researching about this stuff for 6 months, but they just discovered skills. Those two statements don't line up. One of them is not accurate. They have not been researching for 6 months. They maybe looked into stuff 6 months ago, and they're looking into it again. That's a different thing. Because if they had been researching over the past 6 months, they would have discovered skills already. So some shaming does need to happen. Shaming people for not being at the absolute bleeding edge? Come on. Should actually keep this around. All right, so yeah, let's just check out a couple like news things. So it's pretty interesting to me that Cloudflare has this thing called Kitesurf, and it's built on top of this Dioxys Labs Blitz implementation. Oh, and this is interesting. So yeah, running WebAssembly in workers is mature. I wasn't aware of that. Right? Because it's technically a V8 isolate. It's not even a full Node.js implementation when you're running stuff in workers. So there are some things that you just don't get, right? Like higher node compatibility is good, sure, right? And they're working on it. But the fact that you could run Wasm in there, I think becomes really powerful. I'd be really curious about generating Rust code into Wasm that you run in a worker and what the performance implications would be like, especially for things like hot starts. And part of the reason why V8 isolates and Cloudflare workers are so good is because their cold starts are much faster, right? But if you haven't seen this max day Lambda perf thing, this is a thing that visualizes cold starts for various languages and runtimes inside of AWS Lambdas. I'd love to see something similar for Cloudflare workers. And at some point, yeah, maybe we build it. Like, think about the Wasm you would generate. You could do it for multiple languages, but is all Wasm created equal? I don't know. So yeah, that would be pretty cool. One thing is like you wouldn't be able to determine like these differences. You wouldn't have this kind of power. You wouldn't be able to determine like the size of the worker. So it would be a somewhat more limited like benchmark, but I think it would still have value, right? Yep, later, Wing Zero. Thank you for the follow. For some reason, it didn't show up in my activity feed. Yeah, that's weird. Well, yeah, thanks for the follow. What is up with that? Let me try a refresh. Yeah, it has everything in it. Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, anyway, I think it would be really cool to see Cloudflare worker cold starts. You don't know what to learn first. Free code camp. There you go. I'll be honest with you, though. You're going to have a really hard time if finding things like free code camp is something other people have to do for you. You got to be thirsty, man. It's got to consume your every thought, learning and becoming an engineer at this point. If that type of commitment isn't something you're ready to do, I don't think it's for you. Now, you might think, yeah, you could just prompt the AI to do it, but how can you tell that what the AI built is actually the right thing to build? You can't unless you develop taste. And you can't develop that taste unless you start building software yourself. You can't start building that software yourself without the drive to actually do so. If you're looking for shortcuts, they don't exist. Any shortcut just becomes the way. If you're not willing to put in the effort and continue to put in the effort, I don't think it's a career for you. So this is crazy. Oracle bans AI-generated code from OpenJDK despite Ellison's claim Oracle isn't writing its own code. Right? And I think part of the problem is when AI writes code, the copyright of it is questionable. Right? Do you actually own the code that you prompted AI to create? Do you? It's going to have to be challenged in court at some point. For truly open projects, that doesn't matter. But for things like OpenJDK that Oracle wants to keep a really tight grip around, it does. But yeah, this is a good roast right here, right? Oracle, the law firm with a tech business attached to it. This is a very good take, actually, right? So Oracle, the law firm with a tech business attached, probably wants to retain the option to sue other people for AI washing their proprietary code, and that doesn't work if they're also publicly accepting AI contributions to their code with no apparent concern for the provenance of it. The tech business would probably tell them this isn't going to be a needle that they are going to be able to successfully thread, but the law firm is in the driver's seat. And that's a very good way of putting that. Don't fall into the trap of anthropomorphizing Larry Ellison. You need to think of Larry Ellison the way you think of a lawnmower. You don't anthropomorphize your lawnmower. The lawnmower just mows the lawn. You stick your hand in there and it'll chop it off. The end. You don't think, oh, the lawnmower hates me. The lawnmower doesn't give a shit about you. The lawnmower can't hate you. Don't anthropomorphize the lawnmower. Don't fall into that trap about Oracle. This quote is why I have my Cloud Code done notification sound be the sound of a lawnmower revving. Right? That's really good. This is really good, actually. Yeah. Consistency is compounding interest for human effort. That's like the best way to think about that. I'm still on that. My phrasing is better. Oop. Hold on. I'll copy and paste it. There we go. I think that's fair, right? Now that's just fair use, right? Because I did the attribution. Yeah, exactly. Right? No idea is created in a vacuum. Exactly. Actually, that one needs to go to LinkedIn too. Oh, wrong thing. Actually, I can just copy it right here. And what's up, Amillenite? How you doing? All right. So yeah, the Oracle thing is funny. Managing AI code costs at scale. This is the last news article I just wanted to wrap up from what we looked at yesterday. So here we go. Let's read what this person at least wrote, right? I'd be really curious to hear from devs at Databricks what the experience of development is like internally. They work at a small startup with essentially unlimited AI spend budget. The entire point is that they should be turning to it at every opportunity since their human labor is so expensive relative to tokens. So generally, it's like spend most time prioritizing, discussing what to do. Once that's agreed, use Fable 5 High or 5.6 Soul Extra High to come up with the design and plan. Agree on the high-level plan. Usually this just comes down to choosing where the change belongs on the spectrum between minimal patch, full redesign. Use Opus 5 or Soul Medium to execute. All right. Auto fix bugs and CI until green, plus thermonuclear review skill times 3. I do love a good hyperbolic adjective, but what the fuck does that have to do with this? Manual interrogation of change nit, come up with QA plan and have codex computer use execute on it. Manually spot check the final results, usually a sizable diff, thousands of lines, complete feature E to E, etc. They probably spend like $80 a day at least, but they produce the output of 3 or 4 2022 engineers and probably at better quality, so it's easily worth it. This guy's sniffing his own farts. Would he save money by switching to GLM 5.2 and such, perhaps? Maybe. Who knows? At their scale, it's not worth the time spent building the eval harness to actually understand the performance trade-off. This has nothing to say for how many engineers are doing that. At which point, when does the cost-benefit actually have value, right? So it's the same thing, build versus buy. To build the evals, to understand which models should be doing which steps, would have a valuable trade-off if they're at a large enough corporation or at a large enough business or trying to do thought leadership with it as an example. They don't really say what their scale is, which is kind of bullshit. Oh, thermonuclear review is a skill? Oh, I wasn't aware of that. That's actually the name they gave it? And what's up, Badman? Wait, did I forget to update my title? Because today's Saturday. You know that, right? But hold on. So you spent 90 days building an entire system so you can see where every single token is going in or out on your entire fleet. It's always worth the time if you have observability and tracing. And then Brainless. Sorry, I forgot to say hi. What you up to, man? Are you around for gaming? I forget when you said you were traveling. I thought you said it was this weekend, but maybe it was last weekend? Oh, tomorrow. Got it. So we'll only be able if we do it early. Yeah, makes sense. So yeah, no rush, no worries. If it doesn't work out, no big deal. I did have tentative plans, maybe, to do stuff like in real life. Sorry, I just saw a random funny thing. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, I did have tentative plans for maybe something tonight. Seems like it's probably gonna fall through, so I think gaming's fine. Server got moved, lost 2 days of progress. Yeah, dude, that's why you should just not worry about that. Take it easy. Just chill. We'll get our server going, and it'll be way faster progress. Don't burn yourself out on it. And what's up, Rec? How you doing? Yeah. And yeah, it should be able to transfer stuff just fine. That's fine. Resources are easy, dude. Resources are like the simplest thing to get. I guess oil becomes a bottleneck, but I've heard that there's ways to make oil like really easily now instead of like how it was pre 1.0. Yeah, exactly, right? Like oil used to be annoying, now it's fine. So I think they did some stuff to make that easier. And what up, Sickly? Ari, this comment: our team's experience, the product of agents is generally the Homer. It does work, but it's vastly over-engineered, and it's talking about the car, right? The Homer. When they want tight code, they have to spend a considerable amount of time adjusting it manually. It needs to be trimmed down. In their experience, at least one agent they use struggles to produce minimalist designs, and it's very frustrating. Sure. They need to consider whether there are solutions based on higher level assumptions that AIs typically miss. They need to check if there are off the shelf solutions. AIs like to reinvent the wheel. This is a big part. AI really likes to reinvent the wheel. Is there a good skill you have for that? Like, it seems like a simple skill, too, right? Like, tell the machine, hey, before you go about building an entirely new system, see if there's a dependency. Sure, right? The dependency should be new enough, maintained enough, blah, 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 etc., right? It's much more expensive to produce software manually. Maybe. I don't know. It still requires human time at any step of the way because you can't trust these things to go off on their own. Agent-to-agent comms are noise-free by forcing Llama CPP to output JSON responses. Yeah, I think there's a trickiness to JSON responses, right? Like at the bare minimum with Gitbench. In general, we see that text output performs better than JSON output. Which is really interesting, right? Right? In some cases, it becomes really stark. You know, like with GLM 5.2. Dude, GLM 5.2 does really bad with JSON output. So it depends on your model as well. Minimax M3 does worse with JSON output. Almost every model performs worse with JSON output besides Grok and where was it? Fable, I believe, right? Like some of the Opus models. Yeah, Fable does better with JSON output. So I think it really depends on like when you're gonna opt for JSON output. The model you pick has really important things to consider. And some of the models are built for these long horizon tasks, these agentic tasks. And maybe that seems to be like especially just with Anthropic, it's pretty consistently better at doing JSON than text. With almost every other model, that's not the case. Yeah, it's entirely model dependent. But even then, you say Qwen. Well, hold on. I know Qwen's in here somewhere, right? Yeah, as far as this goes, Qwen 3627B does significantly worse with JSON output. For these tests alone, right? So this is a very small niche. This is a small lens to look at this data for. But, dude, like Qwen 3.7 Flash, really bad. Like, all these other Qwen models that are like the Flash plus Max, well, they fail on JSON because they error out if you don't have the word JSON in your prompt. Which is fucking weird. That's so fucking weird. I'm not altering my prompt just for one fucking model. I'll just not use that model. You know? But yeah, Inkling does significantly worse with JSON. So yeah, like it is just so dependent on which model you're using. Meanwhile, Devstrel, which might be one of the ones that you would consider hosting locally, does significantly better with JSON. But the models that do better with JSON are the edge case. They're not the common case. And I thought that was really, really interesting. Right? Another thing that I find interesting is like, dude, the Inkling models are terrible when it comes to no reasoning. If you give them just low reasoning, they perform really good. And in fact, low reasoning tends to match their high reasoning or do better. So, Sikwi, it comes down to how the models actually do the structured output. What they're doing is they're doing a token match on the text content that was outputted, basically. Or not outputted, but reasoned about before it's sent back as output. So what's happening is it's generating a text response first, basically, and then it's token matching to the JSON that you give it. So if your props in the JSON are not good, then its ability to token match that is really bad too. That's at least like the majority of how like most models do the JSON matching. Right? They're creating the response in text format, and then the structured output is derived from that via token matching on props, as an example. So it's not that they don't understand JSON, it's that they are bad at doing the token matching for the output. And if you really do think about that, well, yeah, maybe that has implications on its ability to understand even text output from other models. Now, the token matching into a JSON is typically a lot smaller of a token, whereas at least when it's trying to read and understand the entire thing, it's getting a chance to do like chaining of the tokens to get towards the right vector within the database, basically, right? Or within the data set, right? The training data. So I get that, Hef, but are you building that JSON based upon a structured output that you provide? Or is it generating the JSON entirely on its own with no regard for a schema? If you're providing a structured output or a schema, it's doing the same thing. It's not magic. There's not some novel thing they're doing there. Yeah, so you provide the input and output schema. Yeah, that output schema is still matched on the text reasoning that happens in the middle. And what's up, Celestial? How you doing? You were under an assumption that JSON structured output has changed? As far as I know, it has not. And I don't even think they're really trying that hard to fix it. Just because no matter what, all of this stuff is derived to be done in a fast enough way that is correct enough. Right? Absolute accuracy is not the goal. You know, if it takes 10 times the amount of time. The fact that it is structured. Well, no, it is literally structured. It is providing a JSON structure as output. Right? But the way it derives the data to put into that structure is maybe the thing that most people don't understand. Right? It's not reasoning about the data and the JSON structured outputs. It's simply token matching. Now, some of the models like Claude may actually be doing an extra reasoning step to compare the generated JSON to the text, at which point that might be why the Claude models almost uniquely are better with JSON output versus text output for the Gitbench stuff. So yeah, anyway. And yeah, I only have a vague understanding of like the token matching and all that stuff. I should probably read up on it more just to be like more specific about it. I should probably make a YouTube video about it, right? Yeah, I'm pretty lazy. All right, so yeah, looking at some of this output, let's verify the stuff that the SDK did. So yeah, a lot of this is just config loading, diagnostic stuff. I was about to say, like, damn, that's one hell of a function, but it's a test. So it's trying to describe itself better. Okay, so this is literally the place where we're adding all these diagnostics, all these connect timeouts and idle timeouts. That makes a lot more sense. And yeah, how you doing, Ion Lights? So yeah, then the test I'm a little less concerned with in this case. That makes sense. And yeah, it probably explains why Anthropic can perform better than their text output, right? So yeah, makes sense. And maybe that hits on what Hef was talking about with like the structured output from llama.cpp versus like an LM Studio or something. So yeah, that makes sense. I get it. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, why would they give away their secret sauce? Right? The thing that they seem to do uniquely better than everyone else. You know? So that makes sense to me. And man, I did some pull ups for the first time in a while yesterday. My back is sore. Like, man. And I'm also like, heavier than I've been back when I was doing pull ups more often. So it's like, man, just way more effort. Whew. I don't know if they're technically pull ups because they're not chin ups, they're not pull ups because I'm using like the neutral position bar, right? Instead of like chin up versus pull up. I don't know what you call it when you use like the neutral position. But better for my shoulder. I think pull up would be fine too. Is it called a neck up, or are you just extrapolating? Neither a pull up nor a chin up, right? You state dropping, right? You're just coming up with terms. A neutral grip pull up, or a hammer grip pull up, or a Swiss pull up. Ooh, Swiss tourist, you out there? Switzerland mentioned. Right? Neutral, best for joint longevity, building overall arm thickness. Oh, that would kind of explain that. Safest on the joints. Yeah, because my shoulder is garbage. I got to be careful about that stuff. Equipment restrictions. Well, I don't give a shit about an equipment restriction. Chin up, which is arms facing out, right? Oh, chin up is palms face you? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense why that would be better. I had that backwards. I thought pull up was like the this one, and I thought chin up was that one. So I've had that backwards for ages. Okay. What are we cooking today? We have a today command. And yeah, I'll get to your thing here in a second, but like this is new to me. I wanted to like research this real quick. So yeah, wrist and elbow strain. Right? Golfer's elbow. I had never heard of golfer's elbow. Yep, forces the back to do most of the work. Activates the trapezius, rhomboids, blah, blah, blah. Can be done on any ledge, which is nice. Highest difficulty because it relies less on arm muscles and uses a shorter mechanical advantage. Can pinch the shoulder joints if you lack proper mobility or rotator cuff strength. So yeah, that's why I tend to not do proper pull-ups. All right, so modifications for instability. Never use a passive dead hang. Yep, yeah, they fuck with your labrum. I've known that one for a while at least. Keep an active hang where you're like activated. Yep. Limit the bottom range of motion. Yeah, I tend to do that. Oh, that's interesting. I'm really curious about this now. Hold on. Anterior shoulder instability. Neutral grip. Yeah. Ah, okay. So I shouldn't be doing like all the way, just below the chin, never much higher. Never do that dead hang. Keep your ribs tucked. Do not arch your lower back or flare your chest out. Oh, I think I've messed that one up in the past. Yeah, I should be doing some more like shoulder stabilization stuff. Interesting. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that more. Sorry, I was just really curious about that as we started discussing it. And then let me double check on Hef's longer comment. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, like, I get that Hef, like, it has mechanisms to make sure that it's generating valid JSON, which is definitely something to be thinking about. But, like, the validity of the JSON is not the thing that Gitbench was measuring. And yeah, we might be in an ad, so I'll give it a sec. So while we're in the ad, anyone who's not in the ad, how y'all doing? Okay, I am RSVP'd to that. Yeah, I don't need it twice. All right, cool. Yeah. All right, dude. So yeah, starting Monday, I can start showing some stuff off. So I gotta keep vague posting just a little bit. But yeah, what's up, Trona? How you doing? Not too bad today. Nice. All right, hold on. Let me double check. All right, so we're caught up on chat. So yeah, let's keep reviewing some of this code here. It seems to me like we're still in some tests. No. This is the whole like with connect timeout stuff, right? With diagnostics, and I think there was another function that got added. 40-kilometer bike ride. Damn. If I divide that by what, 2.5? That's what, 16 miles? Something like that? So damn. And usually on a bike, you're probably going around like 15 miles per hour. Oh, 24? So I guess I have the conversion wrong? Oh, it's 1.6. 2.5 is centimeters per inch then, huh? Nah, that's it. Okay. So 24 miles, dude. And yeah, like you're typically going like 15 to 16 miles an hour on a bike, right? So yeah, that was a good solid like 2-hour ride. Hell yeah, dude. Sounds fun. Oh. Dude, when I download stuff, Brave gets really weird. And it does that like balloon sound. Dude, the like the awards from the commits look fucking legit, dude. Did you guys see that? Right? They look awesome. Yeah, dude. But yeah, super cool, man. Hey, I'm looking forward to the event. If y'all didn't see, like, yeah, I'm getting all dressed up and fancied up for it. I was hoping to fit the jackets I bought at Value Village a little better by the time it happens. As of this moment, they don't button, but I think that's fine. I think it's fine. Yes, I'm going. I'll be there. So yeah, I'm going to render ATL. It should be pretty fun. But yeah, let's double check this code, right? So yeah, we do the connection timeout stuff, right? The client gets, all right, so we had an idle timeout, which is nice. I do find it a little interesting. This should be a variable. Like, I'm almost positive we're defining that variable somewhere. Oh, I think the library we're using for envvar stuff, I think it normalizes the values to lowercase, which is where I think that's happening. So yeah, it's the .env loader doing some magic there. I just wanted to double check that. And then these are just like the default values versus like the envvar values that we put in our env.example. Okay. I still feel like this feels wrong. Like it almost seems like it's there's like a bit of like indirection going on. But it's not the end of the world. Yeah, so a lot of just diagnostic stuff. Yep, that looks good to me. We will call this add better timeout handling and diagnostics. And cool. So that should be better here in a little bit. I do still want to do a little more discovery in here. So we're going to say cool, like it did a good job. All right, and we used pi for this, and I think it did an admirable job. We're okay with that for now. Open spec, explore. Right, so let's see what it kind of figures out there. And we can just let that kind of tick along. So then from here, let's double check SDKs. It implemented some stuff. And... Dude. I don't remember what brand these are. So here in this studio, or in this room that is my studio, I've got these like floor panel like interlocking things, right? Like hardwood, but it's probably fake wood bullshit. I got them from Costco because they're way better than those like plastic mats that you put on carpet. Dude, those plastic mats break like immediately. Whereas like the wood paneling fucking nails it. But I need more of it because the wood paneling actually like rotates over time based upon like me walking in and out of the room. Like I never walk out that way, so I'm not like shifting it back in any way. So when I'm like getting up, shifting my chair, doing any of this stuff, it just causes these panels to like rotate. And that skew like then makes it to where like, you know, the chair like wheel kind of goes off into like a corner back onto the carpet. And it's just really annoying. So either my next step is lay down enough wood paneling in the next apartment that it doesn't happen that way, or at least like, yeah, I don't know. Like I'd almost want to like wood panel the entire room at that point. Like at the next apartment I move into. Ideally, I would just have like a wood floor. That would be way better. But I wonder what that would do for like echo problems. So I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, what's up, Mitru? How you doing? All right, let's look at some of the stuff that's been done. You started using Herder recently? No, I mean, we've looked at it. I haven't tried it. Let me just double check and confirm. It's basically like CMux, right? To where you're just like spawning CLI like implementations within it. And ooh, I hate this fucking song. There we go. I guess I have a question for you. Have you tried Kepler from GitKraken? So it's like CMux or TMux ZellaJ, but designed for agents. Yeah, I get that. Technically, I'm kind of forced into using Kepler, but it's a pretty nice tool. There are some things that I find lacking about it. and I wish Kepler was like open source that I could just hack on it here on stream. But I understand why it's not open source, you know. GitKraken kind of has an aversion to open source. GitLens is only open source because of legacy reasons. Found it a bit clunky to start tasks. Well, yeah, when was that, though? Like, how long ago? Because keep in mind, it is constantly being worked on. I think they've done a recent, like, freeze over the past, like, week or so. And did you provide that feedback through the feedback interface? Because we need that. You know, how do you expect anything to change if you don't tell us? You provided feedback and a bug report. And when you say bug report, that was probably like a GitHub issue? Is that GitHub issue still stale? Like, is it still hanging around? Or are you saying you only did it through this interface? All right, so hold on. I think I just came up with an idea I need to pass on. Hold on, I'll just do it this way. Oh. Okay. You'd be down to give it another try? Yeah. I would love to know if we've actually fixed your issue, right? I think that would be important. My next question is, are you just using these tools for personal stuff, or are you using them for work? Using Zed a lot to view code. Yeah, I think Kepler still hasn't solved the viewing code problem. It only does like a view between, like, for diffs. Okay, so personal currently, at the moment you're between roles. Got it. So yeah, like for you, starting a task is always just going to be this part, you know? And I get that. That makes sense. I do think we have done a bunch of fixes to this part, though. But I also think, like, well, hold on. Why do you have to individually add repositories? If you're using Gitkraken, we already know repositories and stuff. Why do you have to, like, add them separately? So, like, it needs a better integration with the repos that you've connected and linked up with your Gitkraken account anyway, right? I don't know if you're a big Gitkraken user, so maybe that's not relevant for you, but I think it's still a thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff we're doing ad hoc in Kepler that should be tied to the greater Gitkraken ecosystem. But at least when you're maybe at your next role, starting tasks from issues sounds pretty useful, right? Starting a review task, right, to address feedback, right? Like something from a pull request to address the feedback that other people have given or that AI has given, CodeRabbit, etc. Or possibly, if you want to do a review yourself without polluting the GitHub pull request with a bunch of comments that might not be relevant, you can vet those comments first with AI and then get those pushed up. So I would say, yes, I think our main focus is technically like enterprise and not like the individual vibe coders. Yeah. And at some point, like, how about this? You're between roles. Are you currently interviewing? What kind of questions are they asking you during the interview process? Because I haven't interviewed for like a dev role for at least like 3 years. I'd say it's around 3 years. Shit, it might even be closer to 4. No, it's like 3. Yeah, 3 years. Like, are they asking you things about, like, how do you work with AI and blah, 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 right? Okay. Could this be like, yeah. Like, what kind of questions are they asking you about your AI usage? Do you have any, like, any good examples? Do they have comments about, like, just your workflows or the tools you use, things like that? If you become more familiar with this part, maybe that lends you towards like being less of a vibe coder and more of a this is how I get real work done, etc. That could maybe separate you from all the other people that are just using vibe coding style tools. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to do anything. If it's something you want to do eventually, and maybe just like pass me some of the nuggets in like a DM or something, or if you want to share them here too, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting a bunch of effort from you, but I am saying, like, dude, how many other tools out there do you see that do this, like, start from an issue or start from a pull request thing easier, right? So if you're one of 10 candidates and you're the only one really talking about how work gets done at enterprises, that may separate you from the rest. Yep, exactly. Exactly. And it requires you to build stuff ad hoc. Like, yeah, so I don't know, man. Just throwing it out there. Something to try. And at least it's a good excuse to get you back into Kepler to try it out, see how you feel about it. Wink. Double wink. Yeah, I understand that, me true. But GitHub CLI is only GitHub, right? issues don't live in GitHub for most organizations, actually. Most organizations are tracking their planning and issues in something completely separate from GitHub. When we're saying issues here, we don't mean just GitHub issues. We're talking, this could be GitLab, this could be Bitbucket, this could be Jira, this could be Trello, this could be Linear. Right? Issue tracking or task tracking is a thing. I mean, that's a problem we have. There's too many there's too many for us to do every single one. We need to expose that as some kind of plugin for, unofficial GitKraken integrations. I've been banging that drum for years. I've been banging the drum of a public API for years. I keep getting pushback. All I can do is bang that drum on a regular basis once a year. There's another drum I've been banging since I started at the company, which is we need a program for free licenses for open source and a program for free licenses for startups, under a certain size. Boom. I've finally gotten approval to start creating a proposal for that. Sure, Mitru. Yeah. Whatever you think. I think other people would benefit as well. Even consider some of the people that do, there's Headless Headhunter, there's Danny Thompson. Even probably less so Jason Torres, but consider Taylor Desson and Roxy, right, at Torque. They would probably benefit from this information, and being in their good graces is a way for them to make sure they're recommending you for certain roles. Have you signed up for Torque, as an example? That's probably also something you should be doing. And I think one thing I really want to point out is it's Torque, T-O-R-C. I'm really unsure how you got that spelling out of it. Thought this was the site. It seems pretty slow. Okay. Loaded quick for you. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was there. That was weird. All right, worked now. But yeah, Torque. So Taylor Desson and Roxy Rodbeck work there. Jason Torres used to work there. But yeah, they're they're basically like a middleman hiring platform kind of thing, powered by Randstad, etc. Right? Or I guess maybe they're rebranding to just Randstad. I don't know. But again, it's just another place to have your stuff live, Oh, is he streaming right now? Nice. I think those are at least the main ones. The other point I was going to make, though, is you should do the thing that unemployment kind of encourages and forces. Right? Their minimum is 3 applications a week. I think that is actually a perfect medium, because any more than that, and you burn yourself out on it, right? Any more than that, and it encourages the shotgun approach with the exact same resume for all these companies. No, you should be tailoring your resume towards the keywords that are being asked for. Headless Headhunter .org. He's a streamer. That's the way I know him. I'm guessing it's the same person, but I don't know for sure. But in general, right, your resume is being reviewed by AI before it ever sees a human being. If you're not matching all the keywords they're asking for, you're fucking out. Or not fucking out, you're fucking up. Fucking out and up. There we go. Okay, just making sure you're doing that, making sure other people know that too. The shotgun approach of the same resume for every company does not work anymore. You need to check the boxes they're looking for to be able to get to a person that will actually start evaluating you. If you don't check those boxes, if you start doing weird, fancy layouts, you're fucking up, right? Like, pass your resume, right? The PDF to probably ChatGPT or one of the more capable AIs and ask it questions about your resume. If it can't answer those questions, your resume isn't crawlable by AI. So, yes. But the biggest thing, Mitru, is consistency beats short-term effort. A little bit of consistent effort gets way more value than a blast of high effort within a single moment, right? Within a single week or two. 50 resumes within a single week is way worse than 3 a week over a long enough time. Because you're going to burn out, which means there's going to be weeks that you're not applying, and that is way worse than doing a little bit less and keeping it consistent. Just due to timing, everything, right? Only way I got good at snowboarding was snowboarding every day. Does it mean I put in 1,000% effort every day? Fuck no. But it means the tricks I did were clean. They were really fucking good. Did I push myself as hard to do like double corks every direction and all that shit? No. But tell me how many snowboarders can snowboard into their 30s doing stuff like that. They can't. That same thing applies to every aspect of life. Consistent effort beats short-term heavy effort. Free food at work? No. No. Well, I mean, it depends on which place I worked at. Yeah, and it's a matter of time, right? But just make sure, like, even if you're burning out, figure out why you're burning out. Because you shouldn't be putting, like, so much into it that it burns you out. I think that's the big thing. But, Owen, as far as free food, when I worked in restaurants, yes. When I worked as a terrain park ranger is what they called it. Like, just going out, making sure people aren't hurt, raking and maintaining the jumps and rails and all that stuff. No. Lifties, no. Basically, rentals, no. Nobody besides anyone in food service gets free meals. When you work in food service, you do get free meals, or at least depending on the restaurant. In general, it really depends on the restaurant. When I was working as a banquet server, busser, I mean, no, it still depends on the restaurant. But when I was at the Cascade Dining Room, banquet servers, bussers, and servers would only get crew chow, and crew chow is made from leftovers, so it's not great. It was pretty mediocre food most of the time, like food that's basically about to turn. When I worked at smaller restaurants, yeah, you would get a free meal every day. When I worked as a dishwasher, I actually got way better meals than crew chow, right? As a dishwasher, I could ask for any one meal a day, and technically, if you're friends with the cooks, they'll give you more than that. Who gives a shit? So yeah, like, because back of house people like dishwashers and cooks do not make nearly as much money as servers and bussers and all that stuff, there's a little bit more in like the perks section. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the place, and it depends on how you define bank, because servers will happily tell you about the good days in which, they effectively made $100 an hour. But they will not tell you about the slow days where they made minimum wage. And in some states here in the US, it's federal minimum wage, which is way fucking worse. Right? Very few people who are servers actually do the real math of the amount of money they made versus the amount of hours they worked over the course of an entire year. That effective hourly rate is actually much lower than they want to like lead themselves to believe when they get a really good night. Definitely go to more meetups. Meetups are huge. They're less so good for the hiring process, more so good because some people at organizations are already employed, and the best way to get a job is to have someone recommend you, not just cold email, right? Not just cold apply. And they'll often know that there's a role available before that role even makes it up to the website. One thing to remember, though, it becomes really easy to recognize when someone kind of feels like they're just using you for a connection to get a job. Just be a cool person, be worth chatting to. If you need whiskey to do it, then do it. Whatever. Sure. Yeah, I get it. People are desperate. And especially here in Seattle, people aren't typically looking to make friends, right? It takes a lot longer of a time to like make a friend in Seattle. Like it is, most people won't even really consider you as a friend until it's maybe like the fourth or fifth time you've chatted, right? And not even friend, but like someone that even has the potential to be a friend worth hanging out with outside of the event that you see them at. Which I've heard is very different compared to places like SF. Someone mentioned in one of the Reddits that I hang out in that's like Seattle based that in San Francisco, it's really easy to make like your new bestie, but that new bestie will last a couple months before you just crash out and you never want to talk to them again. Whereas I feel like here in Seattle, people are guarded against that a lot more. In Montreal? Yeah, yeah, right. Which I think makes sense. I get it. But yeah, I think people here in Seattle are more guarded against that. It's also just like most like friends you meet and make here in Seattle only happen through like shared interest. So meetups are a great way to find that for sure. Right? Run clubs, game nights. I don't know, just all sorts of things like that. Sure. Over a consistent amount of time, you've got friends. But if you don't have hobbies and you just go out to the bar drinking, it's really hard to make like proper friends just going out to bars, especially if you're not like frequenting the same bar. If you're a regular at a bar, it's pretty easy to make some good bar friends, and then eventually they start inviting you out to shit because they recognize you're a local. So there's value to that too. But yeah, it's tough, man. I find meetups to be like similar to like meetups in general. They're a club, right? They're a club without an official membership and without any dues. So at that point, like, yes, if you are consistently going to the same meetup over and over, the people who are regulars are like the easiest people to become friends with. I think I do kind of have a bit of a cheat code because I stream and some of the friends like that I have that are maybe like like not super close, but the closest friends I have are people that hang out in stream or have hung out in stream. So then like that conversation at the meetup was like, "Oh yeah, no, I've been on your stream before." And that's like a such an easier connection to make at that point because they already kind of have like a gist of like what I get annoyed by or whatever, right? I don't know. It is somewhat one-sided though, because I don't get that with them until we've hung out in person more. Just drinking beer? But like just drinking beer at specific meetups or at just like the same bar over and over? Because I think there's a big thing between like meeting someone and like actually hanging out with them outside of a happenstance, you know? That is incredibly rare. Or at least like here in Seattle. That there's a reason they call it the Seattle freeze. But it comes back to this I guess it's the theme of the day. Consistent beats short-term effort or consistency beats short-term effort. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, barfly friendships are interesting for sure. We started this out to cut down on the amount of scripts, and we've just increased it. So I'm going to continue to add this stuff, but we're going to need to like fine tune it back. Yeah, we need a script to detect the unused scripts, obviously. But yeah, I'm not trying to stop the conversation. We can keep chatting. I just want to like, keep nudging the work along. Yeah, no worries, Owen. And no worries, Mitra. Gonna focus on some side projects for a bit. Yeah, no worries. I do make really good background noise while you're working. The music's fantastic, isn't it? But totally up to you, no worries. All right. But then you miss out on the music. C++ war crime, LSP. Oh, some metalcore. Well then maybe the YouTube. YouTube doesn't get the music, so you can listen to whatever music you want. And then you still get the conversation. Up to you. No worries if not. Sure. Yep. No stress. Should probably have that like down in the description. Huh? I should update my profile here on Twitch. And then Shrona, you're chilling, drinking some beers. Nice. What kind of beer? And hey, what up, Matru? Hello to the YouTube. You're the first chat over there for the day. I guess there's a couple lurkers, which I appreciate. Peroni. Is that a lager? It's like a light beer, right? And maybe not light, but yeah. This looks like a Long Island. I mean, it is tea. Shit. No, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, like I haven't noticed anything health wise, like differently. You know, I'm just trying to lose some weight, but I'm feeling good about my effort to cut down on the drinking. Like, yes, I went and sent it on Wednesday because it was like a meetup and a bar scene thing. Like GopherCon had their party that night. But even then, I think I only had like 4 or 5 over the course of, I mean, if we really think about it, like 6 hours, which is pretty solid for me. Like, I didn't even start the drinking until like 7 or 8, and then, you know, closed the bar down, obviously. But yeah, some nights when I'm in party mode, woo-wee, I'll have 8 in the span of like 4 hours. Like, shit. And I'm trying to cut back on those events. Okay, so we do want to keep that. Sure. So many scripts. Room 237. That's the Shining thing, right? Are you saying I look like Jack Nicholson? Which is one I have not heard before, but my dad gets that one, which is interesting. You spilled coffee on your MacBook on Monday. Do you have Apple Care? Because then it might be all right. But that's why you shouldn't be drinking coffee. No, I'm kidding. Could you imagine that? Hell no. But I mean, it's at least why, if you're normally doing stuff, having your Mac on like a riser is really worth it. Like, you know, I'm not one to pass judgment. I have ruined so many keyboards with whiskey. And then, me true over on YouTube. Peroni is nice. Not your top pick, but it's Italian. You might crack open a can of Imperial. God, yeah, YouTube is cutting that word off. Imperial something. Imperial Angry Orchid Apple Cider. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Only the haptic on the trackpad doesn't work, and some keys are sticky. Boss sent you a new laptop, though, which was nice. There you go. And yeah, they can probably like use that to do like a trade-in, so it's not that big a deal. Like, how old was it? Hold on. Was that your strategy to get a brand new one? Okay. All right. Wink. Totally. You did your own battery swap on a MacBook. Somehow broke the speaker installing it. Had to take the whole motherboard out to replace the speaker. Yikes. Yeah, dude, they do not make Macs easy to work on. I'm not even sure how you take them apart at this point. See, I'm like the exact opposite of that. I would have just dealt with not having a working speaker and plugging headphones in. That's the kind of dev I am. And then Mitru, 16 ounces of a 9%. Nice. So yeah, it's a pretty dry cider, I would assume. I don't like the really sweet ciders. Like a nice dry cider is pretty delicious. Especially like I don't know, if you're really feeling it, you can like warm it up a bit and add some like cinnamon. That gets really good. I guess that's more for like a flat cider, not like a carbonated cider. Yeah, yeah. So then like warming it up or something in the microwave would be a bad idea. You'd lose all the carbonation. I don't know for sure actually. I've never tried it. But yeah, Trono loves a good dry cider. Entire keyboard gone, sticky, non-moving by orange juice. Fun. And ooh, we were worried about running out of our OpenAI credits. But Tebow did a reset yesterday. So we're good to go again. And then Mitru, you usually drink bitter IPAs, and wine-wise, you like it dry as well. Sure. Yeah, he even like mentioned like, ooh, it looks like Theo needs a reset or something. So that was funny. I think it's also just like becoming a pattern where they do the resets on the weekend to encourage people to like, you know, keep building their side projects. Mitru, you went from running out of Open Code Go usage to underusing it. We'll just switch to Kimi K3 and that won't be a problem. Oh, he'll do another on Monday, he just tweeted? Oh, nice, tip me. Yeah, Kimi K3 has been really solid for my usage. You know, like I just did planning with it, which was probably a waste, but I just wanted to try it. And yeah, maybe today we get to the point of like trying to farm out, like, you know, doing Kimi K3 as the orchestrator and then DeepSeek V4 Flash, like the new version, as the implementer. I'm thinking about doing that. Like, so I'll be using like the Ollama DeepSeek V4 Flash and then the Kimi K3 via OpenCode Go. And then I wonder if that's like a really solid kind of workflow. Wrong account in chat? I mean, no worries, tip me. I don't think I'm aware of what your other account is. You wish you could self-host DeepSeek Flash? Your two Hermeses would be working way more. I mean, Cotter, DeepSeek Flash is incredibly cheap right now. Like, what platform are you using it through? Oh, Open Router? Okay. I mean, you know about like the Ollama plan, right? For 20 bucks a month, like, dude, you're probably going to be at like almost unlimited usage. But you could even try it on the free tier. I think it's worth a shot. It'll cost you just 20 bucks. Boom. You know, like, no big deal. One thing to recognize is in their models, the Kimi K3 is still restricted to needing extra usage credits. So that's why I'm using OpenCode Go for my Kimi K3 usage, and then the Ollama for like DeepSeek V4 Flash will be like the workhorse. So that's the current plan. All right, so this thing's kicking along. Now we got stuff to look at over here. Orchestration between the different harnesses. Yeah, and I'm curious, like I saw your post about the Hermes thing. I still don't get the point of Hermes because I'm still very task-based in what I do. Using Crush with OpenCode Go is really good, Mitru. Not that. This one? Yeah, Mitru Cotter over here on Twitch mentioned that they're using Hermes. Okay, so Charm Crush. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like Charm and their like CLI stuff, like their primitives. I don't know how I feel about them as a company, and I don't know how I feel about the owners. Like the whole thing that happened between them and the Open Code team is really questionable. So Hermes is not for coding. You send them to investigate stuff, news, check out new AI stuff, and report to you. For coding, you're using Herder, Claude, and Codex. Okay. So you're part of the reason why we're all dealing with so many like AI gates for content sites. Thanks, Cotter. Planning on trying out 20 CRM and hooking that up into your claw? Oh, and hold on. You're using a built from scratch version of OpenClaw, slowly turning it into a personal assistant to help you keep all your job search contacts and meetings and emails straight. Telegram or iMessage interfaces are not good for more than that. Hold on 1 second. Uh, all right, so 1 second. Let me double check. You're going to give your agents their own email addresses instead of giving access to yours. Don't like the idea of opening them up to everything. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea. Telegram, similar, is neat for the sole reason of making it not necessary to build out message delivery guarantees. You sent a message and lost connection in the elevator, got your messages later without that part being built into Hermes Claw, whatever. Sure. Okay. Sure. Right. Help you get rid of spam, remind you of stuff in there. Sure. Yeah, I think a lot of that makes sense. Yeah, like the follow-up and all that. I get that. That makes sense. But I almost wonder at some point, the more you delegate, the worse your memory is going to become. Right? Your memory is only good when you force yourself to remember things. If you don't exercise that, you lose that ability. Yeah. So I definitely think there's something to the idea of like, we should be engaging our brain as much as possible for as many things as possible. And the things that you find as deficiencies, yeah, you could augment that with tooling, or you could just use your brain for those things more. But I am really bad about responding to people's emails and stuff. So I understand that. I totally understand that. I do get it. But it's just, I don't know, like in general, a good memory is a superpower. And I don't know, maybe this is just an opinion thing, but I feel like most people are actually fully capable of remembering things that they care about. The key is they just don't care about enough. Like birth dates. I don't really care that much about birthdays. I barely care about my own. Yeah, using AI for, or even just using a calendar to remember those things. Pretty valuable. But I do not need some tool to help me remember 90s movie quotes. Yeah, we used to remember phone numbers. I still remember phone numbers. There's one person's phone number I haven't dialed in ages, and I still remember it. Because I care about it. Yep, exactly. I'll beat him. For sure. Yep. Yeah, I still remember addresses I lived at 20 plus years ago. Actually, 40 years ago. No, 30 years ago. There we go. We got there. Not 40 years ago. I'm only 42. You memorize your friend's IP address. Yeah, dude. Like, we are more than capable of remembering things we care about. The trick is forcing yourself to care about things. That's it. It's a fucking superpower. If you don't practice it, if you don't use it, you're going to get worse at it. "28. Dude, I wasn't even a programmer at 28. I was still a snowboard bum. There you go. Yeah, it's very similar to that XKCD, right? Right? Int get random number, return 4, chosen by a fair dice roll, guaranteed to be random. Yeah, that's awesome, Mitru. I appreciate that. Watching on YouTube, chatting on Twitch, getting those viewership numbers up. Yeah, guaranteed. Shit, I forgot. Hold on. What's the alt text? Because the alt text is important. RFC 1149.5 specifies 4 as the standard IEEE vetted random number. If you pop out Twitch chat, does it count as a view? I have no idea. I'm not too worried about it there, Mitru. Just appreciate you, thinking about it. That's cool. So yeah, the dynamic client registry is disabled. I think that is worth it. Right? CIMD, probably necessary. And Cotter, you need to head out, get a haircut? We should probably get more than one cut. Right? It's more efficient that way. But yeah, no worries, Cotter. Have a good one. Tomorrow your head shaver's arriving. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I got my own shaver, but I got like clippers on it. So yeah, I do like the 1-inch cut every 10 months or so. Head shape ones from Philips? Never even heard of that. No idea. Need to go 0 at the barber first? Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I find there's something dignified about like the halo or like the friar tuck. I don't think I'll ever go full bald. So this does raise a concern, right? auth.messijo.com. I understand the reasons why we're going for an auth.messijo.com, but we're currently still routing it to the same server, which means I'm going to need to be really conscious of updating our like Nginx config. You sent a DM on Discord with your goofy setup. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a way to hide the sidebar on YouTube. Not sure you need me that big, but just throwing it out there. Maybe just less noisy. All right, so I do want to leave that as a note for myself. Yeah, so we fixed a bunch of those. We fixed a bunch of that. But now we're back to this part. So yes, our notes kind of change, and the goal is... we need to make sure... Right, because auth.messijo.com does not currently exist or resolve. All right, so that's a good note for later, just to be sure. All right, updating the mix.exs. Yeah, we added a testo and a testo phoenix. Where's this CLI function being used? All right, 3 months ago, 3 days ago. I feel like the version that they're recommending for these things is way off. Yes, 2.8. Yeah, the agent did 1.2. I'm really curious why. Yeah, exactly. Most likely because of a Testo Phoenix. Stale hex search page results. Yep. As far as the Testo is talking, 1.9 is the latest actual release. We don't see a 2.0 release. So 1.9 makes sense to me. All right, so then yes, Jose and plug. Jose is a JSON library, right? And I'm guessing it's the one used under the hood by a Testo. I find it a little annoying. That is like a big thing about the Elixir ecosystem. Yeah, like JSON is the one I'm most used to. HTTP Poison or whatever the JSON thing it uses is the one I'm most familiar with. Jason is main. JSON is the new kid on the block. I haven't seen JSON before. All right, so yeah, at least we stopped pinning rec. As far as you know, Jason will move to wrap JSON. Perfect. So then that solves it for us. I wonder if there's some way that we could use Jason instead of Jose. I forget what Finch does. Yes. And yeah, if we look at a testo, I bet we can just check their mix EXS and see Jose. Maybe not. Oh, wait, there it is at the top. I missed it. Yeah, let's do some fresh tea. I guess we hadn't done that yet today. All right, so pinning the plug version. That doesn't quite feel right to me. Yeah, I'm not sure. version is Phoenix at? Is it still 1.8? Yep. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, so that's why that was needed. And then these are all brand new files. I think that makes sense. So yeah, as far as the docs go, we'll probably clean those up in a minute, but we can let the clanker commit those things. Yeah, a lot of that seems like just OAuth boilerplate. You're looking at a testo? Yeah, I mean, what would you recommend for an OAuth server implementation? Because that doesn't really feel like what UberAuth is made for. UberAuth feels more like a client. Yeah, to me, a testo seems like the main option, and I feel like we looked this up before. So yeah, client library. Boruta. Last week. Not a client. Definitely not a client. We need it to be a server. Yep. Boruta does seem pretty active. I am worried that we'd have to upgrade to 3.0 here soon anyway. But maybe that's not a problem. Oh, interesting. So yeah, it seems like a testo is more about just doing the primitives and then maybe making you do other stuff. Whereas Boruta might be like a more batteries included option. So when you were saying it's not recommended by the ecosystem, what does that mean? Like, I don't know. In a similar vein, sometimes the community's just wrong. Like, I think in the Go ecosystem, there's a lot of people pushing back on a bunch of frameworks that were not idiomatic Go. I don't always care about that. Like, sure, it should be using the request response like structs that ship with Go. Should be using like some of the standard library stuff. But I'm not worried about something diverging from the stuff that the Go neckbeards care about. In fact, I massively dislike a lot of the Go neckbeards. Like it is such a common trope in the Go community to be like, oh, you should probably just reread the Go book. I think Go is a fantastic language, and there's definitely some really cool people in the community, but the worst people give it the worst impression. And it's the same with Rust. The rewrite it in Rust crowd. The worst people give it the worst impression. TypeScript. Same idea. Like every language has these zealots that kind of ruin it for the rest of them. Let me get more music on. And Mitru is not accepting friend requests. It's all right. No worries. Not a big deal. Should have said it differently. Mostly was implying that the number of stars and forks in GitHub was low. You tend to look at that to see if people use it. I mean, doesn't Hex already have download numbers? I would trust the download numbers more than I would trust stars. Stars are a bullshit metric. They're too easy to game. And technically, downloads are pretty easy to game as well. Right? So, all-time downloads, 4928. I would expect Boruta to be higher, because I think it's older. 484K, yeah. Yeah, biased by CI/CD. I understand, but that still has value, right? CI/CD and deployments has massive value. That means those things are used in production. So I don't think that's actually a problem for that bias to exist. I mean, I kind of really like the idea of a contributor who contributes to way more than just one thing. right? So there's a lot of metrics to consider when you're considering a dependency. To me, this seems way more reasonable, especially like dude has a proper image, so he cares about himself as an author more. Whereas this is just one dude with a popular library who hasn't even updated their profile image in any way. They only maintain 3 things. And it seems to me like all this stuff this dude maintains is kept up to date too. So he's a really active contributor to the community. To me, I find that to be way more important as a steward of open source libraries. This dude has one thing that went off the rails. I consider this way more of a liability. This dude has a track record. So yeah, stars don't mean shit. They're just one of so many metrics that matter. Well, I do find that interesting. So he does have an actual image and it shows a real person, which I find a lot of value in. So that's pretty cool. It's just that he hasn't updated his presence on Hex. That's maybe less important. But if we look at Baruda, 94 stars, okay. I know, we got that tab elsewhere. But 94 versus 11, that does kind of matter. They both got photos. This one has multiple contributors, Jay Tippett and Neil. Claude's in there. This one has a bunch of contributors too. Okay, so this is just over the last month. If we crank that up. Yeah, so the reason this is such a big deal is because it's existed for a really long time. Whereas if we go and look at contributors here, this is probably much newer, or at least that would be my guess. Much newer. This is basically brand new as of this year. So historical download numbers are way less important, and community buy-in is way less important too. And if anything, as a newer package, I kind of feel like this is going to have a little less cruft, like in the code base. And like you said, yeah, they're using Claude. Claude is a contributor in the collaborators, right? But you also said that it looks like clean code. So it hints to me that they're using AI, but they're doing so in like a conscientious way, right? Like they're paying attention to the work that's being committed, not just like slopping it up. So I'd be curious if you were to look at Baruda and how you feel about that code base. My guess is it has a bunch of older stuff. No. No, Attesto is the one with only 3 people. Claude is one of them. Right? That explains the nice code. I would say that doesn't explain the nice code, right? Like AI sucks at writing good, clean, idiomatic Elixir unless you're like really focusing on it, right? It does actually write nice Elixir. Well, okay then, never mind. I stand corrected. I'm just used to the kind of stuff it does in TypeScript, which is definitely bad code. I'm just gonna double check. Was that just like an auto completed overdue? Or is that like language barrier? That's fine. So due is like when something is needed by, right? The due date. Whereas instead you meant overdue. Right? Do something over the limit. Just throwing that out there just in case. It's not a big deal. Don't feel bad about it. I just thought it was a funny typo or technically like language barrier issue. Exactly. I think so too. But most people understood what you meant, and that's all language is meant to do. I do like correcting people sometimes for those things because I feel like it does have a benefit in the future. You know, like mixing up the different versions of there. If people knew what you meant, it's important. Like, it's fine, you know? But technically correct is the best kind of correct. And some people are more sticklers about it. There you go, Jesta. Maybe. But all right, so yeah, let's finish reviewing what they got in here. Mirror? What Americans say mirror? That sounds like some Texan or Southern junk. They butcher every language, like Lamesa, Texas. I focus on my non regional diction. And yes, that's a reference to Anchorman. I like the reference that Anchorman makes to They Live. Right? When she does the I'm good at two things, Mr. Larkin. Fighting and screwing. I've already done one of those today. So what's it gonna be? Screwing? But it's a reference to the I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. That was a line that Rowdy Roddy Piper wrote for wrestling that he never got to use. And John Carpenter was basically like, hey, man, feel free, ad lib, like live your character. If you got any lines from wrestling, like feel free, have at it. And bam, that's where that came from. Oh, Jesta, hold on. Have you seen, like, you probably haven't watched that show with us because I tend to watch it, like, later in the day, but have you seen the show Year of the Rabbit? I think you'd probably like it. It's got Matt Berry in it. Anything he's in is good, right? But there's a bit where, like, a somewhat posh, like, new detective needs to go undercover with the East End boys, right? And he goes in for training with the Elephant Man, and the Elephant Man helps him learn how to, like, how to speak, like an East End hooligan, right? So basically it's like Brown, Bran, Brown, Bran, Bran, right? And then there's like Mr. Bran wears crown around the town, right? Like towards the end, there's a part where he's like, no, laugh, like more guttural. No, more guttural, like, yeah, perfect. All right, like, I don't know, it's really good. Mr. Bran wears crown around the town. Like, I don't know, it's really funny. I'd say you've got it, my boy. Splendid. Fucking Kushti. Like, it's super good. It's fucking good. I really like that show. I wish they had more than one season. My favorite character is the Elephant Man. The actor that played him nailed it. There's one, like, he has a bunch of lines where it's like, the elephant don't freak for free, because he's like part of a freak show or whatever. Another one is like, oh, I never wake up this early. The elephant don't freak before 3. Like, he's got some of those lines, but then there's like, when you first meet him, he's like, I'll have a garden salad. Oh, wait, today is a cheat day. I'll have jam squares. And then the bearded lady comes back with jam squares, and he's like, oh shit, hold on. I'm trying to remember the flavor of jam. Fuck, I'm forgetting the flavor of jam, but he's like, do you realize what you've done? It's, I don't know, it's super good. Yeah, for sure. He's like, he's very posh. Hey, hands off the jacket. Elephant doesn't buy off the peg. It's super good. I really like it. Or no, it's like, paws off. Or something like, this is tailored, The elephant doesn't buy off the peg. Like, it's so fun. It's really good. I highly recommend it. If you haven't seen the show, you should definitely watch it. It is not safe for children, though. Year of the Rabbit. Yep, it's really good. Yeah, for sure, dude. It's fun. It's free on Tubi right now too. You're back from being productive? I don't believe you. Shit. Shit. Yeah, so with a lot of this stuff, I kind of got to take its word for it because I don't recognize a lot of the OAuth-isms about it. Like client resolution, scopes. I mean, I get scopes. I know grants. Client IDs make sense. We're only going to have one client, so it's not a big deal. Right? And that's going to be our MCP server. Wrote some code, fixed a few bugs. Your own bugs, which is fun. Yeah. So hold on. We're doing grant organization. Right, and this is just a join table for, like, you know, many and many lookups. I don't know if it's actually for a many to many. I think it is. Yeah. If you're doing a unique on two IDs, that's usually for a many to many. So that makes sense to me. I wonder about the naming, right? It says grant organization. It almost feels like it should be organization grant. The only reason I would push back on that is if we would have more grants. And then they're like specific to the OAuth flow. So then OAuth.grant organization, grant user, grant keyword. But we're only ever going to be granting organizations, and then your scope is just whatever you can do within that org as your user anyway. So I don't know if it's worth pushing back on. There are standards for nomenclature grammar. You forgot the name. You've forgotten the name, though. Well, no, and I understand that, right? Like, technically, grant organization or organization grant would both be acceptable for a join table here. Yeah, and I understand that. It's more like, what does the relationship truly belong to? And from the context of OAuth, grant is the first party thing, and organization is like the third party thing. So then it makes sense, and I understand why they did it. It just feels like I think I just convinced myself. This feels right now that I had like kind of like pointed that out. Right? Like, what is the domain that this is being named within? and that is OAuth, which means the OAuth specific thing should be the first thing, right? Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Right, pre-registered clients. Yeah, we're only ever going to have one. We should make sure that like dynamic client registration is disabled. So I don't think we need to worry about that. And yeah, Messijo OAuth refresh tokens are separate. And hold on, let's pick a different song. That one's kind of sleepy timey. And yeah, Hef, as far as like naming conventions like that go, in general, you can break the rules as long as you're consistent about it. Like the standards are basically more like recommendations. As long as you're consistent within a project, it doesn't matter as much. Right? Like similar to having opinions about spaces versus tabs. It's okay to have an opinion, but if the project uses one versus the other, you just do that for the thing you're working on, right? Your opinion about those things does not matter. My opinion about those things does not matter. Most of the languages I use have their own formatting. It's not worth having an opinion about that. Let's have it give us a good commit message. And really, we need like a one-click button for this in GitKraken, in Kepler. The fact that I'm like having to do this manually and type this out is pretty annoying. Standard Unix does not apply when other languages have actual rules about it, like PHP and PSR2. The language decides at this point, accept it and move on. Bike shedding about formatting is things that are done by people who don't get shit done. Man, I have like a saliva duct on the roof of my mouth that just keeps getting clogged. It's really annoying. But I'd say it's less annoying than the one I used to have that would get clogged under my tongue. That one was really annoying. All right, so while that one's kicking, I think this will be a longer bit of work. Let's double check on the SDK stuff. Yep, there we go. And I think from here, let's start thinking about how we want to orchestrate our experimentation for isobench latte. The latte part, whatever. Isobench, maybe, I don't know. We could come up with a better name. Eventually, that's not the goal right now. We need to build something that I think works, that we like, and then from there, we can start thinking about like the business around it and the naming and the bullshit, right? But if we build something that we don't like, no amount of effort is going to be valuable towards like the business case. But I do have to use the restroom. Just give me just a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun going on? Anything you're looking forward to in the coming week? I'm looking forward to finally being able to stop vague posting and vague talking about the commits at render ATL, but I can't do that till Monday. And I am also really looking forward to like just the parties and the hangouts at render ATL. It's always fun. So I think the thing we want to start doing for ISO Bench is I want to start building out the open code subagents. I think I'd be okay with open code, but hold on. I think there are some skills that I've been wanting to use, right? So is there a thermonuclear skill? Thermonuclear review. There it is. Has anyone messed with these, right? With like the thermonuclear code quality review, etc. And why the fuck are there so many? Get Bobobo? Okay, yeah, I did enough. I wonder if there's a way to do global? Yes. All right, so then that's the code quality review. How about this one? That one seems a little more bullshitty. All right, and then there's another skill called Simplify. Brian McLevin. So yeah, has anyone used thermonuclear review or technically code quality review or Simplify? I feel like Simplify spins up subagents pretty extensively. Oh, and hold on, we got to skip this song. Okay, so your only dislike about OpenCode is that it doesn't have a main thread. If a subagent is dispatched, it completely stalls the main chat. You've been working on implementing Claude's background agents into OpenCode and then submitting a PR. Otherwise, it's perfect. And yeah, I knew you meant dispatched, so that's fine. That one seemed just like a typo, right? The letters are right next to each other. I wonder when is that necessary? Like, I actually want it to dispatch out all the subagents and wait for their response. What do you get from moving on from that? Like, why don't you want to wait for the subagents? It seems to me like the subagents were spawned specifically because the main agent needs their results. So I guess that's the main thing, though. Like, why didn't the discussion happen before it even did the subagent thing? Typos. Typos, typos. Dude, this isn't even close. Not even close. I've seen way worse. You guys are really sheltered if you think this is that bad. Chrome gets to a point where it stops showing new tabs, right? Like they don't even like make it into the list there. Dude, we're easily like, I want to say 50 or 60 tabs away from that. There you go. Nope, never mind. There we go. We finally hit it. Like, you guys are sweet summer children if you think that's bad. Right? Like, dude, we have less than half of the maximum amount of tabs Chrome supports. Y'all live a sheltered life. Man, y'all live a sheltered life. You didn't even know there was a maximum? Yeah, I'm surprised that's actually a thing, because Firefox will just scroll for you. So I'm not sure what the Firefox maximum is. But yeah, Chrome doesn't have a scroll. $15 to $20, maybe? Oh, so you guys don't do deep research. Gotcha. Totally. Or you're heavily using bookmarks that you never look at again. Bookmarks are where research goes to die. Yeah. I am so fucking sick of the LARPing. This shit does not work. Your years as an expert software engineer, this shit does not work. How old is this repo? Oh, hold on. January 20th? That makes sense. Less people knew that that shit didn't work back then. Dude, the LARPing is bad. And there's actually measurable studies that have shown it actually harms output. It'll align on messaging, but it'll actually be worse on giving you the proper answers. I'm not familiar with what a soul is in this context. This seems very JavaScript focused. Oh, but yeah, hold on, Oxford. I don't know if you know this, but personality is garbage. There's total ArcSiv studies pointing it out. Okay, core instructions make sense. Personality is bad, right? Right? Like giving it a persona is actually bad. Uh, that's a different one too. Here we go. Yep. Boom. This is the one. Right? Personas in system prompts do not improve performance. Skill.md. Yep. Hold on. Yeah. So, Hef, I'm actually really impressed. You haven't ever tried to link in here before? For how long you've been here, that is pretty damn impressive. We can read your message, though, so you don't need to repeat it, but if you want to repaste it, go for it. Skill.md should just be a repeatable list of tasks with examples and input-output constraints. Negative text has diminishing returns. Provide better positive instructions and stop leaving it up to chance. Everything it needs to know to complete the workflow should be given to it or available within reach via a tool call or series of. Yes, and negative prompting. I've talked about this many times. Negative prompting is one of the first victims of context rot. As the context grows, the negativity of your prompting disappears and the prompt remains. So if you say, don't do X, as your context grows beyond 200 to 300K, that don't can totally fucking disappear. It's really annoying, but it makes sense when you think about how these things are actually analyzing the tokens and finding the vector into the data set. Ooh, I mean, so hold on. Wasn't there a thing about like where if you just repeated your prompt, you got better results? I feel like that was like a last year thing, and maybe models have moved beyond that. But that was at least something where, like, you know, some of these things people may have as habits from when they learned how to use this shit over a year ago. And none of that learning is actually valuable anymore. Like, even with this is from 2024. I would love to see this same thing be repeated, but at least from anecdotal evidence, right, from my own experience, the role playing is garbage, right? The personas are garbage. So I would love it if some of these like studies were repeated over time, because that would be really interesting. And any good paper like this should have reproducibility built in, right? So are certain personas better? Oh. While adding a persona may not outperform the control setting with no role, providers or users may still need to define the role of the system, right? Security versus language styles. Okay. Still worth testing. Absolutely. And this is interesting. So depending on the thing, right? Like masculine versus feminine phrasing versus neutral. So you're still better off being neutral if you can. But masculine versus feminine personas actually have a difference. That's really interesting. I wonder how that implies, like, my guess is this is just for English. I wonder how that works for, like, other languages that have gender as part of the language itself, right? Like Spanish, French. I think Portuguese as well. Like typically Romance languages. And hold on, let me get more music going. So yeah, I guess there's a little more to like read into some of this stuff, but I do find it just fascinating, you know? So why would some personas lead to higher accuracy? So word frequency doesn't affect personas on model performance. Yeah, I don't know. If y'all want to keep reading on it, I'm definitely going to need to check more of this stuff at some point anyway. Let's get back up to the top, though. But yeah, let's close that and let's keep thinking about this. So I don't know about the simplify skill. This seems very JavaScript React heavy. Yeah, and keep in mind though, Hef, that's from 2024. So what I would say is, in your own like research and fiddling, it might be worth validating if it's still true. Like, see if they have some way of reproducing their results with newer models. That would actually be really interesting to see. Like, dude, if I was working at like OpenRouter in like a DevRel kind of perspective, I would be making so many fucking benchmarks for each model around things like that. Right? Do certain models actually benefit from persona prompting better? As an example, right? What personas are better or worse within each model? Man, there's so much stuff that's just like worth testing over time. Right? And I think OpenRouter is like the company for that. Hugging Face maybe too. Yep, exactly, Hef, right? And the biggest superpower beyond memory, in my opinion, as far as like programming and life goes, is curiosity. And they tend to go hand in hand because memory is improved by caring about things, and curiosity is how you get yourself to care about things. Like, does anyone have any favorite like simplify or review skills? Like, what are some people's like favorite skills? Anyone out there got any opinions on this stuff? Like, what skills do you find yourselves using every day? Review the code, no mistakes. Did you say steak? And then Shoal, So you guys have skills for making PRs, branches, etc., running PR checks and guards, and then creating a PR. But you don't really use them. Got it. So what I think I'm hearing, and even just glancing at some of y'all, like you tend to use your own handmade skills instead of broadly available ones. Okay. Is there any reason you don't publish them? Like, I can understand ones that are specific to a company, but for personal stuff, is there any reason not to publish them? Maybe to avoid getting roasted like GStack? All right, so hold on. You find the draw IO and skill and or MCP pretty useful? Hell yeah. You do so design patterns. You do have a gargantuan. I was going to say gigantic. Gargantuan is way bigger. List of do's and don'ts that you shove into the AI each and every time you start in the system prompt. Okay, I mean that sounds like a skill. Are you copying and pasting that? Because I feel like you should be able to just put that in your agent's MD or Claude MD, because they still don't support agents MD, right? Part of your custom Emacs config. Oh, are you prompting agents from within Emacs? Is that like an org mode thing, or is that just like raw Emacs, like some plugin? I guess Emacs probably gives you the ability to have like a Tmux style terminal. It's called Agent Shell. Ah, okay. Yep. Got it. And then hold on. So Gulafaran, how do I pronounce your name? Can I just say Gula? I'll pronounce your name any way you want your name pronounced. You just got to give me some help. I can just say Gula? All right, perfect. I know, but like, dude, your name is your name. It's worth having people pronounce it right, you know? So you mainly just have an MD that mentions what all directories are in the workspace, so that you do that. But if any API calls are required, they exist documented here. You never bothered with skills. So I'm going to give you a hint real quick, Agula. Skills are just MD files. Literally. Skills are just MD files. So you're doing skills with more steps. You know that, right? Yeah, that's fine. I get it. So you saw that in another org. Skills seem to be too high of a barrier to entry. You're too lazy to do that much organization and such per project or per system. I don't know. It sounds like any file like that would like overgrow and have stuff that isn't necessary for the system or project you're working on right now, which just leads to more context rot. Okay, so I could understand that. There was too much churn. Okay. Yeah, I think I think that's interesting, right? Like skills are especially good for steps that you repeat often. If you're changing those steps, then they're not technically repeated. You know? And yeah, Camerix. Yeah, I don't know. Like I like to make sure people's names are pronounced the way they want. I have a lot of like things that I guess I feel I'm like quite privileged from. As far as like the fact that my dad had these really great nuggets of wisdom growing up. Like I was chatting with someone over on the gaming stream. I think it was Agashoma. And I pointed out like, hey, why aren't you building stuff? If it's the fear of failure, you're going to make mistakes. You have to make mistakes to learn. We don't learn from success nearly as well as we learn from failure. You have to go out there and fail at things to get better at anything. And my dad had this quote that he always used to say, the only reason he knows anything is because he's fucked up so much. And yes, my dad swore like a sailor. Are skills local or accessible remotely? So, number one, if you're using skills.sh or the Vercel skills package, or package is the right term, right? It is a tool to install skills for you from remote locations. So npx skills add, and this can be a repo that is private to your organization that you install, and you can install globally if you want to use it in every project, or to each individual project if it's language or even like project specific. And they are massively shareable. So they can be accessible remotely, but you can technically clone them down. As far as like the update process, well, that's a little fuzzier. So I can understand like if these things are rapidly changing, I don't know what that change process looks like. I think you just rerun the installation, right? It is a vector of attack, yes, and that's why they have security audits from Socket, Sneak, and GenAgent Trust Hub. Voila. And if you're at like a private organization, well, yeah, do you not trust your org's own code base? That's a way bigger problem. No, I would say env files and secrets files should not be fetchable like that. That's a terrible idea. I understand sharing secrets using something like Vault or Doppler or whatever, right? But you should not be cloning them. They should not be pullable. They should be, you run them once and then they are across anyone consuming Doppler or Vault. When you rotate them, everybody rotates automatically. So that's actually a bad practice if you're cloning down an env file. That's a major anti-pattern. That is a terrible security practice. You should be using some centrally managed thing on a team or within an org, but that thing should be ephemeral, right? So that rotation happens easily and fans out automatically. Right? AWS Secrets Manager, any of these things. They're basically just a thing you invoke in front of the command you want to run. And then there's maybe some caching. But being able to rotate those secrets for your entire organization is really important. Whereas I'm not necessarily sure that rotating, skills is the right way. Like, yes, you should have some way of updating them. But it's not catastrophic if the skill is out of date. Or if the skill gets leaked. So yeah, I get that, design patterns, right? Maybe just not the best analogy, sure. But I think it's important just to make sure, like, other people don't misunderstand that analogy either. But yeah, Camerons. Like, you gotta blow up a few rockets before you can have one that actually makes it to outer space. They treat skills like docs. Yeah, I think in general, the devs that are opposed to documentation have been some of the worst ones I've worked with. Now, I understand, yes, why should we be manually updating these docs? There should be some automated process, and caring about that process is important. The devs that don't care about that process, boy, they suck. Right? Things like Open API specs. Yes, you should most likely be automating your Open API specification. You should most likely be validating that at CI/CD time. Manually updating Open API specs is terrible because devs don't like to do it, because it's a chore. But if your org doesn't care enough about those things to actually automate that stuff, then you're at a really shitty organization. Because your devs are going to be burning time dealing with out-of-date docs because Open API specs are ingested and used in automated ways. Right? They're used when you're building out another part of the thing. Like, we've all been at an org where you're sitting there working at 11 at night. You know, I at least do, because I don't consider any job that requires a butt-in seat from 9 to 5 to be valuable at all. But yes, I've been coding at 10 or 11 at night. And then, all of a sudden, oh, why is this request failing? Oh, the request is failing because I'm getting a 400 and something's wrong about my payload. But, I mean, in our dev server, we're not telling the consumer what is wrong about their payload, so that's also an organizational issue. That probably should be fixed. But at the end of the day, like, well, I guess I'm blocked. I can't continue working during the time I actually want to work, and I'm motivated to work. So now I gotta wait till stand up tomorrow morning to say why I'm blocked. And then the dev that did the change raises their hand and says, oh yeah, I forgot to update the Open API docs. That happens so frequently at orgs that have really bad engineering practices. It should be a huge red flag if that ever happens. Luckily, you can be the person to try and make it better, and if your managers push back on that, well, yes, you should start applying for other jobs. Okay, so you haven't kept up with Messijo. This is like OSINT. I don't know what OSINT is. For centralizing signals related to topics of choice. So you can see who's talking about your project on like Twitter or Blue Sky. We're not doing Twitter. We're doing Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters with a tech focus. To do Twitter or Reddit or Instagram or LinkedIn is a massively higher barrier to entry. For Twitter, it would like to listen to the fire hose would cost $100,000 a month. That's just one example. To do it for Reddit, I don't even think they'd let you do it. So you'd have to spend crazy amounts to do scraping. You'd have to do crazy amounts of botting on LinkedIn and Instagram to get any of that stuff, and they really don't like when you do that. So I'm not trying to do anything I consider unethical until there's VC funding, and maybe I can separate myself away from that part. I just need people to figure it out, kind of thing. But me personally, I will not build that. Can you really not just poll search like every 15 minutes? At what kind of scale do you think that's viable? Like, you as a person could do that yourself from your machine. Yes, and they'd still probably flag you as a bot eventually. For me to do that for anything above one person? No, you cannot do that. And 15 minutes actually sucks. 15 minutes is way too stale. The difference in viewership, right? Like view numbers on Twitter, as an example, between replying to someone's tweet within 5 minutes of them posting and 15 minutes of them posting is massive. Think about when you post on Reddit. If you are one of the first people to post a good comment to a Reddit thread, the viewership and upvotes that you get is insane. What's the architectural difference where I can do this with Blue Sky versus Twitter? The thing called the fire hose. So since we spun this up and pushed up our recent changes, let's call it 14:55, just like an hour ago, we've gotten close to 400,000 messages from Blue Sky because AT Proto is fully open and they let you listen to every message from Blue Sky with a simple WebSocket. That is the architectural difference there. The reason I can do it with Hacker News is because Hacker News doesn't move nearly as fast as Blue Sky or other platforms, and Algolia has really, really good rate limits that allow you to like pull that on a really regular basis. With Lobsters, well, yes, we should be a little bit nicer, and not nearly as much data goes to Lobsters, so a 5-minute poll on posts and a 30-second poll on comments is totally fine. Is Blue Sky smaller than Twitter scale-wise? Yes. It's probably like an order of magnitude, like at least 10x, possibly more. Like Twitter has crazy numbers. But what you're getting at is, theoretically, if we did want to do Reddit and possibly even Twitter, we could theoretically spin up bot networks that do searches at some reasonable interval, like 5 minutes, right? And we could dedupe those between all of our other users eventually. And then that becomes a thing that we solve. Like, there's like a gap of like, yes, you as a single user can do that. Anything more than a single user up to 1,000 is really heavy. And then once you have 1,000 users, there's probably enough overlap in the things that they're looking for that you get reasonable like duplication of keywords. But like I said, I consider that unethical because it goes against their TOS, and I do not want to build a business on unethical means, at least for now, because it doesn't matter, right? Adding Twitter or adding LinkedIn or adding Reddit isn't going to make my business better than the already existing businesses that already do those things. Instead, I can concentrate on platforms that we can get access to and make sure that we're delivering better results via the features that we build faster. So if we're, and also we're like an order of magnitude cheaper. At $5 or $20 a month, we're 10 times cheaper than something like mention.com, which I think is actually like $600 a month. Right? So just think about that. It's not that you need to pick me over Mention. It's that you'll probably pay for Mention, but you know what? We're going to have a better experience for the platforms we do support, so it's probably worth paying me $20 as well. It is not a zero-sum game. If you are doing product marketing or social media for a large company, you are probably going to want to pay for multiples of these things. Right? But there's all these people saying like, oh man, if you just supported Twitter, if you just supported Reddit, I'd be in automatically, I'd be there. And then I simply ask them, well, okay, what platform that supports those are you paying for right now? And it's none. So like adding those things wouldn't convince them because there's already platforms they could pay for right now that do those things. And they're not paying for them. Why are they not paying for them? Too expensive. Well, you know what? When I start supporting those platforms, my cost is going to go up too. For reasons, right? So it's just, if you're wondering why I'm a little spicy responding to that, it is such a common fucking question. We had it earlier today, and it's just, it has no business value. I'm getting tired of saying it at this point. Yeah, it's basic business 101. You want this and need this? Are you paying for a thing that already does that? No? I'm not building that feature. Nah. No, thank you. All right, I do need more water. Just give me a second. Why taxes is the best business to be in? I mean, are you talking about like a business that imposes a tax on something generic, or do you mean like government taxes? Because yeah, like OpenRouter. Dude, OpenRouter just passes on the cost and they just charge you an 8%, you know? And no, there's no such thing as going to jail for tax debt. Yeah, jail time for tax debt is not a thing. Now, if you're cheating on your taxes, that's a different thing. But owing on taxes, yeah, tax evasion is one thing. But simply owing tax money and not having that money, you can't go to jail for that. Right? Like the thing that Wesley Snipes and fucking Al Capone went to prison for is they weren't reporting their income. So that's lying. That's fraud, basically. That is the tax evasion that is criminal. As far as owing money and not paying that money, you can't go to prison for that. They can levy things on your income, right? Tax levies, etc. But that's a totally separate thing. I should also clarify, this is only here in the US. Other countries may totally have debtor's prison. But yeah, just once again, and I think this is the coolest part about Blue Sky itself. All that data is open. You can listen to every single message from Blue Sky. That's fucking powerful. Which is why the AT protocol has so many, like, really, really staunch supporters. And this is just Blue Sky. There's other social media platforms on the AT protocol that I'm not even listening to yet that would be much easier to then add to this. I don't need to solve that yet for the same reason that I don't think other platforms are necessary yet either. We need to develop features for the platforms we do support that make it worth paying for. If the features we have for the platforms we do support are not good enough yet for you to pay for it, adding another platform isn't going to convince people either. And in before someone jumps in with, well, why would I pay for Messijo when I could just like build out a thing locally that crawls these and doesn't have to deal with your scale issues? Number one, because the type of person I'm targeting isn't a developer. The person I'm targeting is a social media manager, right? Someone in a marketing department. These people don't have time to maintain some ad hoc bullshit that they barely understand. They don't have time to pull it down and run it themselves. Oh, and then Shoal. Yeah. You can use the Open API MCP. What do you mean by that? Because I did see you say that, and I forgot to respond. When you're saying that, you mean like consuming an Open API spec via, like, is there like a generic MCP server for consuming Open API specs into your client? Like into your agent? Because if so, that's pretty cool. But if your Open API document isn't kept up to date, that MCP is just as useless as reading the doc yourself. All right, and then real quick. Some guy told you that your site looked bad, tried to convince you that he was right by showing you an AI redesign of your site that he one-shotted. Looked like he told it to rip the content directly from your site and use whatever font styling that Anduril uses. It looked pretty fucking awful, but he was so adamant that it was better than what you had going. Yeah. Opinions are like assholes. We all have them, and they all stink. So then Shoal over on YouTube, yeah, like an MCP that would be able to take advantage of the spec, but yeah, spec would need to be up to date. Maybe part of the MCP would be to update it. You're still learning some of this stuff. Yeah, so I think you're thinking of two fundamentally different parts, right? I would treat those as two completely separate MCP servers, right? The MCP server for consuming a generic OpenAPI spec, I think is a fantastic idea. If there isn't one, that sounds like a fun project. Technically, you could probably do it with a skill, but an MCP server might have more value as just like a generic thing. I don't know for sure. Just because it's more programmatic in like the things within the tools. But as far as one to update it, we have other things for updating Open API specs, right? Like there's programmatic things where you don't even need AI, right? Like the way I'm generating my Open API spec for Messijo, right? We just define our operation, the parameters that go to it, and then we're good. And then if you want to programmatically make sure that is correct, you run a thing called schema thesis, which we have over here in our terminal, right? So it's Doppler run schema thesis local, boom, right? And then this is going to spin up a thing that takes in our Open API specification and validates it. And maybe some of the fuzzing is doing, I don't think it's AI that it's using. It's doing some kind of fuzzing on the endpoints we give it. But you don't need AI for this stuff. We have programmatic tools that are deterministically done or more deterministically done than any AI you would throw at it. And then Master CBR. This is Kepler. And I would love it if you give it a shot. Or at least like navigate to that page and do a download real quick because it makes me look better. Because I work at GitKraken. It's a product we're making at GitKraken. And it's similar to T3 code or Conductor. It's still way earlier, right? Like it's still way earlier and probably has more rough edges than some of those others. However, we think there's just some things we do that the others don't do that add value, right? So if you're working at an organization, right, like a company, you could start from an issue, nice and easy. You could start from a pull request, nice and easy, you know? And when you're starting from a pull request, you want to address feedback that someone else gave? Sure. Or do you want to do your own review without polluting the pull request with way too many comments like GitHub Copilot does? I think that's where we can add value. So what is Conductor? It's like T3. It's a VC-funded company that is one of those orchestration agents. Yeah, thanks, Master. Appreciate that. So then, how I'm describing Messijo as a platform if I'm not using the term OS int. Social media listening. So QWERTY, you can go to Messijo.com and see all that messaging. Tell me what you think could be better. I think OS int is something only technical people know. Right? Someone in a marketing department doesn't know what the fuck that is. It is actually a really bad keyword to target. Right? Someone in a marketing department is not going to know what the fuck OSN is. And adding jargon like that is counterproductive. My target market is not developers. It's startup founders, it's marketing people, it's social media managers for larger businesses. Could developers find value in it? Sure, absolutely. But they're not my target market. They're not the people I would concentrate SEO on. They're not the people I would focus on for ads, etc. All right, let's double check some other stuff real quick. And ooh, it is 6 o'clock. Who's this? Brainless, are you out there still? What would be your cutoff? When would you have to stop gaming tonight? Like Mention or Brand24? Yeah, Mention and Brand24 are, like, I think the biggest direct competitors. There's a few others. I think there's, like, OctoLens and a few others. So, Brainless, you're saying midnight your time, right? So, it is 6 p.m. my time. It's 9 p.m. your time. So, you're saying you've got about 3 or 4 hours left. I think we could get plenty done within, like, 2? You know, like, we could definitely attempt some of those fights. So, yeah, I would focus on maybe trying to wrap up here in, like, the next hour or so, get my Indian food, eat that. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so you can start packing now. I think that is smart. That'll be what I do mainly tomorrow for my trip during the week next week. And what's up, Element? Yeah, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. And yeah, appreciate all of y'all just hanging out. So when should you hop on, Alex? So yeah, like I was saying, I'll probably put in at least another hour here on stream, on this stream. I'll have to, like, order my Indian food and eat that. So, like, you know, we'll probably start adventuring around like 8 or 9 my time. Oh no, we'd have to do it by like 8, right? Yeah, we'd have to do it by 8. So yeah, we'll give this stream at least like an hour. And then I'll order the Indian food and we should be good by 8 my time. Will I be on the other channel? Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Alex, we need your help. We really need your help. We beat that one asshole, right? We beat the guy in the forge thing, but now we've got 2 other hard fights. One of them I think we got, like me and Brainless could have done ourselves. Like Adam, I guess is the guy's name. He's basically like a Frankenstein's monster kind of thing. I think we can beat him. It'll take us a couple tries to like learn the pattern, but I think we got him within like 1 or 2 tries for sure. The other one though is fucking tough. Oh, the other one's brutal. But okay, let me get more music going. Let's do something crunchier, right? Lukash is always a good time. No. Just juggling aggro. Like, totally worth it, man. Yeah, juggling aggro is like the name of the game. Extra damage is the name of the game, man. For sure. Yeah, we'll at least try those other 2 fights. We'll see how far we get. And like towards the end, maybe we just do the things over in Morsham so that we can get you like the most up-to-date like weapon, because I think you're just like 1 weapon behind. But okay, so hold up. This is one thing I definitely want to do before we go. And yeah, at least you don't work Sunday. Perfect. Yeah, there was a chance I was going to have something different to do tonight. Looks like that's not happening, so we're good. Little bit of a bummer, but whatever. So this is my current thought. Number 1, we want to make sure... Oh, and that'll be in a different directory. And then, hold on, sorry, Shoal. It's amazing how many tools are written in Rust these days. You were just looking at Herder, and what do you know? It's written in Rust. Yeah. I think one thing that's really interesting is that AI heavily benefits from using Rust, like from writing Rust, because there's so many like checks as it builds things that it constrains itself better, right? Like it doesn't even need to write tests for some of that stuff, you know, because the borrow checker is so strong, right? Lifetimes, you know, fearless concurrency, like all the buzzwords for Rust have a lot of benefits for AI writing code. And it's not even just the speed of these things. It's the correctness, right? It is one of the more provably correct languages with a lot of tooling around it, right? So libraries that are already written, etc. And yeah, what's up, Kenny? And yeah, Kenny, you might have stepped away last night, but I'm getting into Atlanta around like 4:30, 5 o'clock tomorrow. If you wanted to grab dinner or something, that's an option. Maybe lunch on Tuesday. Just throwing it out there. Anyone else out there that is in the Atlanta area or who will be at Render ATL? Hit me up. Even if it's just a short thing. Hold on, where'd they go? Where did I just put my stickers? Ah, they're over here. Right? We at least got to meet up so I can give you stickers. Right? Cheaper than shipping. No, that's fine, man. And I get you. No stress. No stress. But yeah. Like my treat, as far as the meal and all that. But yeah, I get you. If you're having issues, totally makes sense. No worries. And that's right. So we were doing one more thing. I don't think the simplify code skills are necessarily what I'm looking for. Oh, still healing. No, I get you. I get you. Is it at least improving? Are you feeling a little better? Because that'd be good. All right, so this one actually seems pretty useful. I'll pop that one open. What I'm curious now is, are there Rust skills that would be good? There's one from Apollo. All right, let's look at a few of these. So, Rust best practices. So I get it. It's from all the way back in January. How about this one? Right, so this one doesn't force going elsewhere. Async patterns. Okay. Okay, I do think I like the idea of testing. Oh, and hold on, PEX? I haven't looked at PEX. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good on that. So the Rust testing seems all right. God, this seems like a lot of shit to jam into context. Wasteful, just borrow. I mean, dude. The compiler is smarter than you think. Never unwrap, sure. At least this one's like self-contained. This one feels pretty good. I'm going to drag that one over. This one feels a little much. Rust 2021 edition? All right, so this is a lot of Rust skills in there. It seems almost as heavy as this. This testing one seems all right. I'll move this over. I don't know if we need to install it. Yeah, I think we're good on that one. Yeah, and this one just extracts stuff out too much. Like, I'd almost want to use this as like a review skill, maybe not like a writing skill. This site fucking sucks. Pro coder? I don't know what the fuck that is. This Apollo one seems interesting. I don't think I like the fact that it's linking to these things. I would rather have these as references in the skill. Oh, and you know what? It is. It actually is. But whew, excuse me. Right? I don't like the idea of it going out somewhere. So we then look at skills. Right? Rust best practices, skill MD. It is scoped to references. Okay. So that's not so bad. God, that short is insufferable. Could you just give me like a reference to the ballista spider instead? That was a truly brain rot fucking short. Like, dude, that fucking sucks. Skipping that song. That's pretty legit. I don't know if I'd call that, like, I think ballista is wrong. Like, what's the trap that like when you're walking through the jungle and it grabs you by your leg and hangs you upside down or whatever, right? No, not a trebuchet, not a ballista. Yeah, right? But a snare could be like the jaw snare as well, right? So I don't know if that fits either. Like there's a specific name for the type of snare that's like the you step in it and it cinches your leg and you're hanging upside down thing. Right? Well, I mean, it launches them in the air, but they're still like left hanging, right? So it's not like it's sending them out away anywhere, right? Yeah, it's just a hanging snare. I guess that's a mouthful, though. Hanging snare spider. So it's a twitch up snare or a spring pole snare. Okay. Hoisting snare is another term. Okay. Yeah, so the hoisting snare is probably what we're looking for. Yeah, see, they even say triggering the snare. So yeah, I think ballista spider's a bad name. All right, so it seems like there isn't any like fully agreed upon thing for writing Rust code, which I guess makes sense. As far as testing and this one go, this one seems simple enough, and I kind of like it. I don't think I like this one. This one does seem like it might have value as well. And then this one seems pretty big, but also valuable. So 646, here's a question. Are there any Rust skills that you give to your agents? Right, to help it write like more idiomatic code, etc. Something you wrote based off Power of 10 and what Tiger Beetle does? Okay. Have you looked at any of these skills that other providers give? Or like that are just available? Are there any that come close? Sure, makes sense. Yeah, I'm currently tempted on this GraphQL one, or sorry, like this Apollo GraphQL one. Rust patterns seemed all right. As far as like writing tests, this one seemed all right. And then this one for like async stuff. So I'm wondering if I'd be better off going piecemeal with like these 3 separate ones versus just turning this one loose. And I guess part of it is like this one doesn't even handle or doesn't even have a section for async, right? Looks like it doesn't have a section for testing. Oh, no, automated testing, never mind. I guess understanding pointers could have value. So yeah, what's up, Hef? Yeah, so deriving error manually is verbose. This error, solid crate. Okay. So anyhow is an amazing crate, quite useful for projects that are beginning and need accelerated speed. However, there is a turning point where it just painfully propagates through your code. Considering this, anyhow is recommended only for binaries where ergonomic error handling is needed, and there is no need for precise error types. I mean, you could do that. I think I still want to try and use one of these, like, more broadly available things. What I'd recommend is you should probably publish yours. Why not? Oh, it is published. You just don't promote it. Well, yeah, just send me the link where it's published then. Yeah, I think the Apollo one seems fine. Right, so this is like your like global kind of Claude, huh? Well, I mean, I'm not specifically concerned about testing. It's more about like writing good Rust code. What's up, Shader Theory? How you doing? And what's up, Webjack? Account created 3 minutes ago. I have my ads tuned as low as they go. My guess is that Twitch recognizes you as maybe a bad actor and figures they can milk you for a little extra. Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly, Hyper. Yeah, no, this seems useful. It seems less about like pure like Rust coding, and it seems a little more like built for your like workflow, which I think makes sense, and that's totally fine. Um, but yeah, like some of this stuff. So I get it. This is useful. I don't think it goes as deep as I would want for giving the agent like good Rust guidelines. And I think other parts end up being like more specific. Yeah, no, this seems very useful for yourself. I think if you cared enough, a less specific approach might be valuable, right? Like a less like your workflow specific thing for just like Rust guidelines, but that doesn't seem like a large enough part of this for it to be worthwhile. So maybe not a problem. This does seem like a great workflow for like, like a specific workflow, right? With the pit thing. And I'm guessing pit is yours? Let me get more music going. The power of 10. So hold on. Do you provide a link to the power of 10? So NASA's power of 10. No, that's not what we want. So power of 10 is more of just like a general set of programming rules. Ah, okay. Okay. I'm curious if that's a skill. Uh, hmm. Yeah, so I don't see an existing skill called power of 10. So yeah, I could totally do that. Yeah. So this is very like language agnostic. But as an example, the NASA study of the Toyota electronic throttle control firmware found at least 243 violations of these rules. Probably mostly go to. Right? And yeah, I'm definitely not a teacher, but we all learn together. And that's part of the fun. I'm not sure I agree with this. All right, this seems like a clean code kind of thing. And hold on. I'm reading this. Like that's actually a pretty funny one. It's known as the boobs test. Is it booping? Right? The word ping gets caught. Boolean. Oh, the word lean. Yeah. The word lean gets replaced. But that makes it better. Should be defined as boobs tests. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The function length translates well to context window size. I'm not sure I agree with that because once function length is like created as a rule, it causes you to externalize functions, right? So then you're like, the functions you're typically dealing with are composed of other functions, and that causes you to have to grep for way more shit, you know? And I think those grep tool calls end up taking more context window size than if some of those things that were really only ever used in the one context sit within the single context. I think externalizing a segment or a chunk of code should really only be done when you want to specifically unit test that chunk of code for edge cases, or when that chunk of code is used elsewhere. Otherwise, it belongs in the context that calls it, because just jumping to another file or another place in the file is a set of context switching that is bad for humans, and I would consider also bad for LLMs. It's why I push back so bad on like strict like guidelines for function length. If you're never going to use it anywhere else, and if it is bound within the things that you would pass in from an outer scope anyway, right? Like, the boundaries of the inputs and outputs from your parent function, if that's unit testable, the chunk inside doesn't need to be unit tested separately either, right? Because you should be able to catch all edge cases anyway. Like it becomes like testing implementation details rather than behavior. But again, this is for safety critical code, in which case, yes, you probably do want every little chunk, within reason, unit tested beyond the bounds of what, normal code would care about, right? I do think it's important to like consider and think about this stuff though. But yeah, anything that causes like extra tool calls automatically invokes like extra context because the tool call itself and the arguments passed to it sit in context too, right? So I don't think it necessarily maps that well to context size, right? I think it increases the context size by forcing jumps to other places. And like that's basically the way the human brain works in that same way as well. Like premature abstraction is almost as bad as premature optimization. And when you think about it, premature abstraction is a premature optimization for the human attention, right? So it still falls into premature optimization. It's just a separate class of it. Or it's a subclass of it. And they may not be here right now, but Agashoma asked a question over on Gaming Stream yesterday that I think is relevant to this conversation still, in which they were like, oh, when I started programming, was I as good as I am now? Fuck no. If you're not learning, you're fucking up. Yeah, I definitely had some bad opinions when I was started out programming, you know? Only reason I got better is I built stuff and discovered why those opinions were bad. And then I developed taste and opinions that I think are better over time and over failure, right? Over having to refactor my own code. You can't form opinions that matter about these things unless you commit the atrocities and realize why there are rules about them. And then sometimes you realize that some of these rules aren't as valuable as a lot of people make them. But you don't know this until you talk about it, until you experience it. And yeah. I think there is definitely value to questioning authority, but you should only question authority long enough to validate either your assumptions or their assumptions. At some point, okay, that authority was correct, but it's still okay to question authority. Think for yourself and question authority. Not enough people these days listen to Tool. Yep. Right, and I think the big thing is, right, like, it's a logical fallacy for a reason. You know? Authority should sometimes be listened to, but you should almost always ignore them the moment they say you should listen to them because they are the authority. If they can't explain why you should listen to them without dropping the appeal to authority, they're full of shit. Yeah, exactly 646. I'm not saying it's a hard and fast rule of like never abstract. I'm saying like I tend to follow at least those guidelines of do I need to make sure this chunk of code handles every edge case? Is that some chunk of code that I'd like to fuzz? You know, as an example. Well, sure, right? Like my unit tests for this other thing may not be sufficient enough. I'd love to fuzz this smaller chunk. Okay. Or I'd like to use this smaller chunk elsewhere. Okay. Those are two very valid reasons to abstract out. a chunk of code to a function elsewhere. But it needs to be weighed against the cognitive cost of context switching. And that cognitive cost of context switching actually exists with LLMs too, by simply flooding the context and rotting it. And I'm only reiterating the thing I just said because the more ways I like rephrase that, the better I kind of internalize it to say elsewhere. Yeah, exactly, Bob. For sure, man. Yep. And we're all victim to it. Dude, we all do it from time to time without meaning to. Usually it comes from a place of laziness. Like, I just don't feel like explaining why right now. Sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think at least familiarizing yourself with logical fallacies and not necessarily like revolving your life around them. But the moment you can recognize logical fallacies, it allows you to at least start recognizing that you should start questioning what's being said. Right? So strawman arguments, appeal to authority, you know, like there's a bunch of them, and I don't have them all memorized, but those are the ones that stick out. Like another example, Ryan Florence complaining about cookies versus JWTs, right? Like JWTs technically like local storage JWTs. Ryan Florence complaining about those loves to bring up, and this is old news, maybe he's changed his opinion. I'm pretty sure he has me muted on Twitter. But anyway, he loves to bring up that his friend, Michael Jackson, not the one you're thinking of, the one that helped or that did most of the work on React Router, his friend runs Unpackage. And Ryan's argument is, well, yeah, you know, if you're using Unpackage in production, any package you pull down would have access to your local storage, and that becomes a security vulnerability. Motherfucker, number one, you shouldn't be using Unpackage in production. That's a straw man argument. Number two, how is that not a thing that applies to cookies as well? Because any fucking thing you're getting from any dependency has access to cookies too, right? Or has access to the things the cookies grant access to. Any package you're getting from wherever, if it can make a call using your cookie to a place where that cookie is valid, the fucking library you just pulled down could be making HTTP requests using that cookie too. Nothing prevents that other than CORS. And most people fuck up CORS way more often than they fuck up, you know, JWT or session management. It is very common to just do a star. You're not a fan of the musical Michael Jackson's music? I think there's a few that are really good songs. I do think I preferred some of his stuff when he was with Jackson 5, more so than his solo stuff. But what I would say, Kenny, is there like a cutoff point for that? Because it's actually kind of like, besides the sycophants, most people recognize that Michael Jackson as an artist fell off basically in the 90s. Like 80s Michael, solid. 90s Michael, meh. The whole King of Pop thing is way overblown. And yeah, 646, have you not seen React Router the musical? There's even a remix of it. I feel bad about that. That was a terrible joke. I feel really bad for that. And in the Mirror's good. I mean, I can even jam to, like, I could get down to some of the newer stuff, even. But, I don't know. It's not music I would put on, but I'm also one of those people that wouldn't play any Beatles songs on my own personal mixer in my car. I don't listen to the Beatles. I recognize their impact, like what they did for music in general, like the fact that for recording Revolver, John Lennon was sick of singing multiple takes for his vocal tracks. So instead, they invented double tracking to record his voice in stereo. Genius. Fucking awesome, man. They only did that. They only invented that because John Lennon was super lazy, but that was the power that they had as artists. And they've got a song here and there that are fine. I fucking hate the Hard Day's Night era. I like when they started doing drugs. That stuff was better. Right? Hold on, here's a Bill Hicks quote. If you're one of those people that hates drugs and thinks nobody should ever do drugs, I want you to go home and take every CD, every album, every tape you've ever listened to and burn them. Because all that music that's enriched your life throughout the years, all those artists, real fucking high on drugs. Look at the Beatles, right? We all live in a yellow submarine. Are you kidding me? They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake to record that song. Hey, Ringo, Yoko's gone. We can party again. Anyway, I'm a big fan of Bill Hicks. He was such a good comedian. Right? There's the whole hullabaloo about Dennis Leary stealing Bill Hicks's jokes. But no, instead, Bill Hicks even comes out and admits it. No, actually, I stole Dennis Leary's jokes. I just happened to give people the runaround and hide it by doing the jokes first. And here's the funny part. I added punchlines. Now, I somewhat misquoted that, but I think you get the gist. Right, so yeah, back to it. Proceed with installation. Let's see. I don't feel like updating NPM yet. That part's fine. It is 7 o'clock, and I do want to get to some gaming with Brainless before he's traveling tomorrow. If he wasn't traveling tomorrow, I'd say, whatever. And we could maybe just game during the day tomorrow or something. But, yeah. Instead, maybe I stream tomorrow. Because I am going to be gone, all week. Friday, I should be able to get back in time to stream, though. So it'll be just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that I'm guaranteed not streaming. But Friday, I think I get back in time due to time zones, which is fun. So yeah, I might stream tomorrow. Right? We'll get this this orchestration stuff going for Isobencha Latte. Because I do want to do the Kimi K3 as the orchestrator. I want to do DeepSeek V4 Flash as the implementer, right, via subagents. I want to set that up in a way that open code lets that be done easily. And I think I technically kind of want to try and do that maybe not from this machine, but maybe from like the laptop I travel with that's my personal device. I'll spin up, the code base for that, and then like really just like heavily use the Get Kraken remote stuff, right? Like the Kepler remote implementation. So if you're not aware and you want to give Kepler a try, just in case for everyone out there, the thing I've been using over here that kind of visualizes and shows your diffs and does some of this and maintains like the list of tasks you got going and stuff. There is a really cool feature in here for remote access. And you could set up an ngrok tunnel from your phone, right? Like technically I could click start right now and then it would show a QR code and then you guys would have access to my local machine. So I'm not going to do that. But I am probably going to set up an ngrok tunnel with a password from my personal device maybe, or from inside a VM or something. And really like fiddle with this. You tried and it's amazing? Yeah, it is fun. I think depending on your device, there may be some like responsiveness issues of like double scroll bars and horizontal scrolling. So that's something I do kind of want to fix if they're not working on it yet. But yeah, just the ability of like, spin up the local server here, connect to it through a tunnel, and then boom, you can just be out and about. You check on your agent when you got some downtime. Oh, it's done. Well, cool. I'm waiting for my drink from the bartender. Let me just prompt it up. There we go. Click. Back in the pocket. Do your thing. I think that's kind of cool. So yeah, I will be heavily using that when I'm out at Render ATL. I don't want to have to carry my work laptop around with the thing open, right? So yeah, I think it'll be fun. But we did some good learning. We did some good stuff. I do think the power of 10 thing, hold on. Right? I do think it would be kind of cool to create some kind of repo with skills and maybe even adapting this power of 10 to specific languages like 646 did for Rust, like slightly. We could do something similar. And we could even use a clanker to help us adapt it for different languages. I don't know. That sounds like a fun project, right? So, I don't know. It'll be something we try. We got time. I'm thinking who is streaming right now that we want to go raid, right? Defiasol is still going, and he doesn't stream that much. So I think it could make sense to raid him again while he's doing his 24 or 72-hour thing. We do see Evan J. Stern streaming. He's always fun. We see BlazeBits. Snowcone's doing some coffee and games. We got a leak code party over there in Midnight Simons. We do see C# Fritz building Dayframe. We haven't had a chance to raid him in a while. Because he usually doesn't go this late. Ooh, I see Nikwan streaming some code. Oh, he's building a talk. Yeah. All right. Now let's just go raid Defiasol again. He's doing some game dev. We don't always raid game dev, or we rarely raid game dev. But Defias doesn't stream that much. Let's go do it. And yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Really appreciate you. I do need to do some more of these, like, I do need to do some more, like, late streams. Because it does seem like numbers kind of dip during, like, a period of time some of these days. And then all of a sudden we get people, like, popping in from, like, other time zones like Australia, etc. You know, people who finish up their other stuff and they finish dinner and now they got downtime kind of things. So I get it. Like, we should do some more later streams. Maybe we can do that next Friday. It's usually easier to keep going late when we got the whiskey. And we haven't done a whiskey stream for a while. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, so thank you all for hanging out over on YouTube and over on Twitter. Appreciate you. I'm going to stop those streams first, but hell yeah. I'm thinking I will probably stream tomorrow just because it's like my favorite thing to do. And I'm going to be gone for most of the week. I don't know. What are you guys going to do while I'm gone? I have no idea. But yeah, so thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitter. Probably see you tomorrow. So have a good one. I'm going to click stop on those buttons.